But they're so high.
Yeah.
I mean, they tell you.
Mm-hmm.
We understand.
What it does is I was actually on my drive, and then I was on my drive, and then I opened it up.
Thanks. Yes. That was great.
Yeah, we got that. Do you want to be able to see what's coming, or do you want to just have it clear?
The filter isn't there. Yeah.
No. I don't like Actually, no, we should, yeah, we are. But it should like give you like this slide on one side and then what's coming next on the other side. See if it comes through. Yeah. Okay, well, at least it's doing that, but then now it's not doing it over here.
Hello.
I'm gonna stay for a little while. I don't have to over. I don't know what I'm doing.
It's okay. I can sit here. I'll know what's
And you
coming
can do
next.
this, so,
Yeah,
okay.
I'll know what's coming next.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna sit in the back, don't be afraid to come and read, I'll grab somebody else set up.
I'm surprised you're even here. So.
I like to see things on.
Good morning. Oh, you. You're now a nonprofit.
I know, I'm ready to come
Okay,
see you
good.
anyway.
Testimonial.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody have handouts. If you don't, please raise your hand and Candace will pass you some there.
You got one? Okay, anybody else?
Hi. I've met you before, haven't I?
Yeah.
Remind me of your name?
Mike did it.
Mike Bennett. You're with what organization?
SPDC.
SPDC.
Yeah.
Yes. You're a consultant with SPDC? Or
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That's right.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, I should say.
Yes.
And happy Monday. And it is a happy Monday because what we have today is this whole room full of nonprofit topics. And this is really cool. So I don't want to take up a lot of time. My name is Phil Donaldson. I'm one of the organizers of this track. And I just wanted to introduce you to Kim Fisher. Kim Fisher is the CEO of Vision Catalyst. She specializes in creating and implementing infrastructure for nonprofit startups. Kim does everything from completing the IRS 501c3 nonprofit application requirements to board training and development. Kim has over 30 years experience as a nonprofit executive in all areas of nonprofit management, including business development, training, marketing, and as CEO. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to my friend and my partner in organizing this day, Kim Fisher.
Thank you, Phil. Phil's been a tremendous help. Well, good morning, everyone. And as Phil said, I have been in the nonprofit journey for a lot of years. It is a journey. Those of you that have already started, you're in this room for different reasons today, which I'm going to check in with you real quickly about it. But as I jokingly say, I've come by all my own mistakes and failures, quite honestly. And I spent 7 years as a chief executive of an international nonprofit called Arms of Love. And I had to do all the things, building boards, done the programs in a developing country where I didn't speak the language. I had staff, I had properties. It was quite an interesting learning curve. And so what I do now is I have my own consulting company, and what I love to do is help nonprofits on the journey to, you guys will each make your own mistakes in the ways that you go about doing it, but my great passion is to help you along the way. And I love working with startups. That really is my favorite space to work in. And all the dreamers in this room are really extraordinary, because nonprofit executives need to be dreamers. You guys, and people have no idea what the nonprofit space is really like to operate in. You're doing everything you have to do to run a regular business. Plus, you also have to raise money for your own salary. So a nonprofit, I'm going to try to talk you guys out of this, I'm joking. But it's just the dynamic of, it's the craziness. I always laugh. I think nonprofit people are all a little crazy in all the right ways. And that's why I'm obviously right there with you all. I'm right there with you all and all that. But a nonprofit executive has to love what they do, work crazy hours doing what they do, with no complaint, make almost no money, and raise your own salary. It's like, why would any of us want to do this? Because we obviously have passion. We have passion, we're driven, we have vision to do what we do. I wouldn't trade my nonprofit journey for anything. I've loved every bit of it. So today, what we're actually talking about is the very basic dynamic of starting the nonprofit. So what I want to know in this room, I know a couple of you in this room. Now Lorraine already has her nonprofit. This is Terry. I actually formed her nonprofit, so we've already worked together on a nonprofit. And the whole day today, too, by the way, let me just overview that. I'm obviously doing steps to forming a nonprofit. If you have a nonprofit, there's going to be a lot of it's going to be repetition. But then our next session will be Art Vavoso, and Art is my mentor, and he will be leading a workshop on board development. If you weren't planning to stay, you're not going to want to miss that. He's taught me a lot about what I know and use today in board development. Thank you, Art. And then our next session after that will be Alex Konigsberg, who will be talking about tips and tricks for grant writing. And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to have a really wonderful panel. We have 4 nonprofit executives that all founded their nonprofits in Fort Collins. And they're all at different stages of their nonprofits, including one of them, Swanti with Animal Friends Alliance, who most of you would know and heard about. And she's obviously grown from a very, very small organization startup because she wanted to save cats to now they are up by multi-million dollars. Just built a new building with their capital campaign. So hope you guys will be able to join us through all of that. And then we end this afternoon over at Canvas Stadium, the New Belgium porch at Canvas Stadium. It's not at Canvas Credit Union, it's not at New Belgium Brewery. So it's a little confusing for people. So hope you guys will be able to join us. And with all that, I'm just going to ask a question here. How many people in this room already have your 501c3 nonprofit? Okay, so those of you that are here do not have one and are maybe looking at starting one, and you're asking those kind of questions. Okay, great. So what I want to hear is from those of you that already have your 501c3s, if you could just quickly give me one thing that you came to this particular session for today that you wanted to know. You can start.
I came in here because I want to make sure that I'm still doing all of the things right and that there may have been steps I missed along the way.
Excellent. Okay. Marie.
T's crossed and I's dotted.
Okay. All right. Terry.
Yeah, pretty much. Have I missed something or am I?
Well, you work with me. Hopefully you have.
Yeah.
Anyone else that I missed? Oh, yes.
I did all of that.
Okay. So again, some of the stuff's gonna be basic today, but I think there's also gonna be some other things that we do. So with all that, I'm just gonna kind of start and go through and talk about the steps of forming a nonprofit. All right. Is this gonna work now? Oh, seriously. We just got it working and now it's not working again. Well, isn't that fun? It's not working on this either. Thank you. My Candace is coming up here quickly here. We just got it working. It's going on here, but it's not on this. Figures. There we go. Thank you. All right.
It's not going to advance here now.
It's all good. It's all good. All right, here's our overview for today. Is starting a nonprofit right for you? 10 steps to forming a nonprofit, 4 steps to completing the 1023, which you'll find out what that is soon, elements of a healthy nonprofit, And the fourth piece is capacity building for success, and I'm not going to cover because Art will be covering that in his session. But these are kind of the areas that we want to talk about in this stage of your nonprofit. All right. So, why do people form a nonprofit? There's 4 key reasons why people form a nonprofit. One is you want to create a structure so others can join you in expanding your vision. You want to work with other people in what you're doing to move forward your organization. You want your mission to continue without your leadership in perpetuity. You start the nonprofit, you're excited, you're forming it, you're operating in it, but then you're called to do another adventure. Many nonprofit founders start more than one nonprofit because they want to expand and grow in the things that they're doing. You want to raise tax-exempt funds. That's what most people come to me for. When I form their nonprofit, they want to say, hey, I've been doing this for a while. I've been doing this using money out of my own pocket. It's been my passion, and I want to bring other people in because I really need to bring in finances. I need to bring in grants, that kind of a thing. And then also protecting your personal assets from liability. When you form a nonprofit, you actually form a legal corporation, which is separate than your own personal finances, which is nice. Again, if you're running your own thing out of your garage or out of your car, feeding the homeless out of your car, all those things, you do have potential liability issues. Running it through a nonprofit organization helps with that process. So, all right. So the first thing is when you're looking at starting a nonprofit, this is good for everyone in the room because I think that every nonprofit, even business too, I was just on a business retreat where I was working on my own my visioning and missioning. So I think it's good to look at. So I think this will be helpful for everybody. So let's look at your vision. How will the world be different for your work? People ask, what's the difference between a vision and a mission? This is the way that I define it. The vision is kind of the greater goal of what you're looking to do. My dream is that no child will ever be homeless anywhere. You obviously cannot do that, but that is your dream for the world. Your mission is, what are you doing? What is your piece of that puzzle? What is your piece of that puzzle? So Lorraine works with a friend for you. She works with pregnant teens and matches them up in partnerships with women, which is extraordinary. So, so she can't help every pregnant teen with everything they ever need, but she can help them with friendship. And that's the piece that she focuses on. Because again, we can't do all things. One of the biggest mistakes I think nonprofits do is try to do too many things. Try to do too many things that aren't in our wheelhouse. Business owners do the same thing. In values, what beliefs are core to how you're going to operate in and drive your organization? So what are the values that you are about and what you do? By the way, I can send this to anybody too. My business cards are up there. My information's on the thing. You guys can have my deck or any of the handouts that we're going to do too. So, all right. Do you have a community identified need? One of the biggest challenges I'll find sometimes with nonprofits when they first contact me is they have a vision, but it's like, well, first of all, does anybody need what you want to do? I had this guy once who came in and he wanted to count fishes in rivers and streams because he thought that was good for conservation efforts, and then he was hoping to grow his nonprofit around it. It was a wonderful dream, but I had to really work with him the point of what's going to be the value of that for other people. And so that is one of the things that we are there. So who else is doing this work? Can you work together with somebody else who's doing it instead of forming your own organization? I think New County now is counted at 3,700 nonprofits, and there's a lot of competition for dollars in this town. It's a generous community, but a lot of competition. We all know when fundraising season starts and all the fundraising events that are happening in town. So, but what you always want to find out is what are you doing that's innovative or unique? What sets you apart? Because the donor is going to want to know what sets you apart, and any grantor, etc. What sets you apart for somebody else? Okay. Do you have a team? Board members. Legally, you're going to need to have 3 board members to form your nonprofit and also to stay legal. It's one of the few things. The IRS does not require anything in the bylaws specifically, but this is one of the requirements that they do have, is that you do have 3 board members. State of Colorado also requires that. So you want to make sure that when you're getting ready to start your nonprofit that you do have people that are ready to join with you. And we're going to learn more in our next session about why having a board is so important. That's who's gonna keep you focused, keep you going, help you with fundraising, all those kind of things. So, all right. Do you have volunteers or staff to identify to help you with your work? Lorraine runs a lot of volunteers through her. That's what it's all, a volunteer-driven organization. In fact, I believe Lorraine is still a volunteer as chief executive, which of course many nonprofits are. And that's another point of the fact that obviously nonprofits form and we pay our people. People do get paid, nonprofits grow, etc. But it's very, very, very uncommon, at least within the first 2 to 3 years, that a nonprofit founder is going to get paid by their organization. So I'll have many people will come to me and say, I want this to be my thing. I want to leave my job and this to be my passion and to do that, which is great. But as I said, can be some unrealistic expectations about all the expenses it takes to run the organization and also what it takes to pay salaries. So being prepared for the fact that you're going to make sure you have volunteers and people that are ready to help you in this, that are joining you within the dynamic here. Okay. So how do you actually run your programs? How do you practically address the needs of your constituents? By the way, you guys can ask me questions too, by the way. We got a lot to cover and I need to finish this, so you guys know, by 12:40. Leave 10 minutes for questions and we have 10 minutes before our next session. But you guys can please ask me questions. I'm just kind of going through some of these things. So again, how do you practically work with the people you want to work with? Do you have access to them? So again, sometimes we can have a dream and a desire, but we don't have any access or we don't know those people or who can introduce us to the people that we want to work directly with. Right here. So do you and your team have the training and expertise to work with them? That's another big thing. So again, I met a woman who, she had a desire, she loved horses. And she wanted to have a nonprofit that taught equine therapy to women that were coming out of sexual trafficking and just abuse kind of issues. We formed her nonprofit. She actually went to school to get her bachelor's and her master's degree in therapy so that she could run this organization. It was quite extraordinary. And unfortunately, her funding fell through and she ended up having to close her nonprofit. But it was an example of the fact that she was just a general, I don't remember what her first bachelor was in, but she didn't have the skills that it took to run that kind of an organization. She went back to school and did that. So another woman that I worked with in town here, and she and I first met actually in a meeting in this room a couple years ago. And we just talked about the dynamics of this. What does it take to run an organization? And at that time, she'd not finished a bachelor's degree. She had a career in many areas. She went back and she was actually in school getting her bachelor's degree in business administration so that she could run her nonprofit. Now, I'm not suggesting that everyone needs to go back to school and get a degree to run their nonprofit. That's not the thing. But just ensuring that you have the skills that you need to do what your calling is. And sometimes that could be education, could bring somebody in that has education. It doesn't need to be you. But making sure you have that on your team. Okay, funding. Big question here. So as I mentioned in our third session today, we'll have a whole thing on tips and tricks for grant writing. But do you have a budget for the organization? One of the things that the IRS process does, the 1023 process, you have to complete a 3-year budget. And as I love that process when I do it with my clients, because it goes back to any of us, even if you started a business. You might have started a business even though you haven't started your nonprofit yet. You know the same dynamic of the income and expenses. So with the IRS, they want to know that you know the income and expenses that it takes to actually establish and run your nonprofit. So I'll come in with somebody, and often they have an idea of what salary they're gonna make and everything else. And I do the salary piece last because I go through all the expenses of the organization, and then we often either have to cut or greatly reduce the salary. Because of the fact, again, that the income, it takes 2 to 3 years to really build an income in a nonprofit, and plus that. But to get grant funding, people will come and say, well, I'm going to have all these grants funded. So people have an expectation, understand there's all kinds of grant money out there, especially with all the pandemic money that's been kind of out there at this point. But those of you in this room that are running nonprofits and have applied for grants, you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say the fact that money is not easy to come by. It's a lot of work. And most chief executives are spending 50% or more of their time fundraising. And that's another thing that also people aren't necessarily expecting to do, the amount of time it takes to raise the actual money to do that. When you're a for-profit company, you have a product that you sell, and you can raise your price, you can market that, you have something that people actually want, and they're choosing you to deliver that product for them. In a nonprofit, as I said, you're competing with a lot of different people, you know, for a lot of different dollars in the areas that you're operating in. That's why, again, going back to being unique. So you want to really make sure you've got a realistic understanding of what all this is going to cost and how much does it cost to raise that money. Grant writers, fundraising people, you know, grant writing by itself, in fact, you know, we'll hear about that later today, is a real specialty. So I personally do not do grant writing and fundraising consulting because I did it as a chief executive, but it really is a specialty area. And those of you that have written grants, I see a lot of head nodding out there that you're saying, yes, yes. So anyway, making sure that you're understanding this, obviously, if you're an existing nonprofit, making sure you're doing your budgets every year with your board so that you know what's coming up, what money's coming in, and what money's going out. All right. Again, do you know what kind of income you need to have, and do you have a plan to raise the money? So if you're starting the nonprofit, typically, I would say almost 100% of the time, I would say actually it is 100% of the time, my nonprofit founders, it's a chicken and egg problem. You need to have a nonprofit to raise money, and you have to raise money to have the nonprofit. You have to have the expenses raised to be able to do that. So most of the time, my founders are the ones that are putting their personal money in to start the nonprofit. And that can be done usually either as a loan or as a donation. You can make a donation to your nonprofit, or as I said, loan the money, and then the nonprofit pays you back. Yes, Candace?
Do you have a recommendation on which one's better?
It really depends on a person's personal financial situation. Many of us don't have the money that we would want to invest in that. And so sometimes putting it in and having the organization pay you back is a better option for someone that doesn't have that. If you can, contribute the money yourself and not pull it back out again, allows your organization to grow a little faster, because the money that you donate to the organization then allows you to pay for other expenses within the organization. Yes, Candace?
Does that tend to give future donors confidence in your own confidence in the nonprofit if you don't create it as a loan?
Well, the donors are not usually going to know.
Oh,
There'd be no, I mean, a 990 tax return is available to the public, but a donor is not going to know where funds are coming from in that way. So, yeah. I mean, if you're looking at a balance sheet, you'd see a loan on there, but it, wouldn't be. But again, most donors or people in the general public wouldn't see that. So, but there's actually usually the two ways, and also there's a friends and family round. So if you're starting a business, a friends and family round, asking friends and family to help you fund the nonprofit. So. Okay, and then again, how are you managing the finances and issuing donor receipts? This is a whole nother world that you're into, because again, when you have your own company, so one of the things that I do is I do financial management for small nonprofits. So I have a pretty wide experience in what this operates like. You're creating your separate QuickBooks system, you're tracking your donor income that comes in because you have to create receipts legally. And it's really key that you're setting up your QuickBooks systems and finance systems in a really effective way that keeps everything very well organized. Because one of the things that happens, for example, I own my own small business. I have my personal accounts and I have my business accounts. If mine gets switched up and mixed up, it happens to every entrepreneur. We grab the wrong check, we use for credit card, I mean, it just happens. I can fix that fairly easily within my books and make it fine. In the nonprofit world, once you've started taking donations and money ends up in your bank account that's not supposed to be there, they call that fraud. Mm-hmm. And so I use words like fraud and jail, not to scare you, but to scare you just a little bit. Because we read all the time, don't we, about nonprofits ending up using money inappropriately for personal benefit. And a lot of the times it's done on purpose. And that's part of my job when I'm working with people, is to kind of sort that through. I've had people that I have not worked with because I have felt like their motives were not right for why they were starting the nonprofit. And they wanted to kind of just have not pay as much taxes on their business. And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. You have a board of directors. They can vote you out of your board. They can vote you out of your nonprofit. You don't want to do that. But at the same time, it's always really important to have somebody on your team, bringing somebody in that has an expertise in looking at it. Most nonprofit founders that I work with are not trying to do anything wrong with the finances, they just don't know. So just make sure that you're protecting yourself and have everything done accurately so that you're honoring your donor and honoring, of course, yourself and your programs. So, all right. Like I had a client once, I was doing finance, I did a formation that I did a finance work, and she started using the company debit card to like buy things. And she could not understand. She wasn't trying to steal money, but she said, well, I'm taking a salary. It's like, no, we have to pay you salary, and then you take your salary, and then you buy things like other people do when they take salaries from the organization. Again, I've seen it more than once. So, yeah. Thankfully, I no longer work with that client anymore. But anyway, all right. Okay, there we go. Marketing and outreach. How are you going to reach community, your donors, and your constituents? So these are all different groups of people. Your community is, if you've got a program, how are you going to advertise to the people in that community that you are open for business and ready to serve and help them? So that's kind of one type of a marketing strategy that's very going to be, again, based in that way. Your donors, it's a whole nother kind of marketing strategy. That's when you're asking for money. You're presenting programs in such a way that is compelling that the donor then is going to want to say, yes, let me write you a check. And the donor always wants to know, what have you done with my money, and what are you going to do if I give you more of it? So that's always what's in your donor's mind. So every piece of marketing material, any communication with the donor is keeping those questions in your mind there. And your constituents, the greater community, how are you known? Fort Collins is a small town, with the good and the bad that comes with it. I personally love doing business in Fort Collins. I'm so grateful I get to be here and do that. But again, we all know that missteps and things in our reputation can be devastating in a small community. So you got the pros and the cons. So making sure that you're reaching people in the community with what you do, that your events, activities, those kind of things, where your organization is being known to other people. How will you keep them informed? So you've got things, of course, everyone, starts with the website, which is a great thing to do. But then you've got to have your email newsletters, your social marketing. Yeah, the social stuff is that's why I have a part of my own business, actually, is my social media. So there's a lot of different ways that you can market your services now. Social media marketing for nonprofits isn't always the greatest way to do that, but you can certainly get your ideas out there, your events out there, letting people know you're there. There's actually a grant, $10,000 Google grant for ads. I'm working with someone right now that I know that does this for nonprofits, and I'm going to have him. He's going to be creating kind of a blog post for me that I'll be able to send out to my people. And if you're not on my mailing list, you can definitely give me your card or send me an email. I can put you on there. One of the things that I do is, once I form the nonprofit with my team or with my nonprofit, I then also do ongoing board training and consulting. That's also my passion. But I love it with the micro nonprofits. I love it with the startups. I love being in a room in your very first board meeting, helping you figure out how to do a good agenda and do board minutes, and how to create a board committee, all the basic things. That's where my fun is. But I also do these, I have every couple of weeks I send out training materials for nonprofits on all of these kind of topics. So if you want to be on my mailing list, again, just make sure you let me know. But anyway, all that to say is, this is how you need to have strategy for forming the nonprofit, and then again, communicating how all that's going to happen. Okay. If you're not ready to start a nonprofit yet, what do? Consider volunteering in the community. A lot of you are probably already doing that. Most nonprofit founders and lovers are already doing all that. You probably are already doing your nonprofit in itself. So take a job in a different organization. Going back to getting some skills. Work for somebody else. It's particularly an area that you want to do. Go work as one of the greatest ways to get experience is to go work as a development role. I was a development director at different times of my career in marketing. That's one of the best ways to really get a skill set of being a nonprofit leader, is to be able to raise money, because you're organization is not going to be successful unless you and your board can raise money. It just can't be. So this is a great way to learn the operations of it. Serve on a board of directors, same thing. If you're not already on a board, find an organization that you're already committed to and interested in that's involved in the same area that you're in. Serve on their board first. See what it works like. Learn a lot of those kind of things. Pursue fiscal sponsorship. We're just talking to this woman here today. She's been doing some work under another nonprofit in town here. There are organizations that will sponsor you, which means that you become a program of their organization. They manage your income and expenses. You don't have to have your own QuickBooks system, donor receipting, all of the structures, your board. You have your own board probably, but to work on your program area. But it really is a great way to see if the nonprofit's going to fly, to see if you can bring in the money you want, to see if you can make the connections that you need while working under somebody else. But that's the great advantages to it. There's certainly some disadvantages to this, is that nonprofit then actually technically owns your donors. The money goes to them. And they are processing it. And I've had an example of again, I share these stories because I see them all the time. I would say all the time. I see them frequently enough that they concern me. But there's an organization here in town that was under a fiscal sponsorship of somebody else. Actually, not in this town, but kind of in our general area. And they broke off they were programmed first as one organization, then they broke off. And then that parent organization would not release the donor records. Thankfully, they were keeping track of their own. But there was a whole to-do around that, people that they trusted and worked with for quite a period of time. So again, like everything, there's a pro and a con to doing that. But that is really a great way, as I said, to start your nonprofit, see if it's going to operate, and again, see how the funding and volunteers come in from doing that. So, okay. And this is you could just Google if you want to know more about fiscal sponsorship. This is councilofnonprofits.org, which is one of my favorite places to go and get information. Just like anybody else, I Google a lot. I'll be, so I get a lot. I've done a lot of my own training on Google. So there we go. All right. So questions about these things. I want to actually talk about. There's 10 steps to starting a nonprofit. We only have about 10 minutes left. So I want to make sure what questions you have about what we talked about.
So I have people come to me starting a for-profit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but then they say, well, maybe I should be a nonprofit. How do you make that distinction for them?
So kind of when I first started with the slide where I talked about the 4 reasons why people become a nonprofit, that is one of the best ways of telling them. And one of the best ways that I do is I say to them, your name again, Mike, right? Okay. So Mike, you have your own for-profit company, and I understand you want to start your nonprofit. So let me tell you the pro and con of that. Pro is you have other people that come in, they join you, you're bringing in money, you can raise donations and that kind of thing. But here's the downside of it. All the hard work that you put in, your intellectual property, everything you've created in your own company, you are 1 out of 3 board members on your board. If you've got 5, you're 1 out of 5. You can be voted out at any time. The board could be in a meeting one day and decide to go a completely different direction. Right now you're working with kids, and all of a sudden the board says, there's so many homeless in our community now. That's what we should be doing. We don't want to really work with kids, we want to work with homeless. You've been voted out, and you've lost your organization, everything you've worked for. That's usually enough to, and also you as a for-profit, you got to decide your own salary, make your decisions about that. Again, you are 1 vote out of many people on your board. So I paint that picture for them because I've seen that it's all actually, and it can happen. And a lot of people will choose to just stay with their own company because they want to maintain the control of what they're doing versus losing control. So it goes back to, what is your purpose? What is your purpose? Is your purpose for yourself, or is your purpose really to create a difference in the world and in your community? And that's when you can really kind of sort that. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with either one. It's just kind of sorting through what that is. And I'm an SBDC consultant, and I get a lot of those kind of calls from people sorting through that. Does that help? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Can the B Corporation, which I know California has that, the B Corporation is the combination of the for-profit and the nonprofit, in the sense that money accrues to the for-profit, but then it's part of their mission to give it out. So there's this, I'm not sure beyond that, but are you aware of any B corporations here?
No, I'm not. I've studied them, and I have somebody who actually approached me about doing one, so.
Right.
But yeah, but there are some interesting hybrids that are coming out, kind of more in the social justice movements. They're coming up with some hybrids under that. The reality is, it's a tax structure. An IRS nonprofit is a tax structure, just as a different corporation is. So we'll see what the IRS does on that. So the next pieces we're going to talk about. Do you have a question?
So the point I would make is that some of them come to me and want grant funding for a for-profit.
Exactly.
That's why they want to go to nonprofit.
So here's a good answer to that one. And any of you that have written grants in this room, you know what I'm saying is a grant funder is going to look for 18 to 24 months of financials before you should even be applying for a grant. So you're going to have your nonprofit book set up, and the nonprofit grant, they also want to know what's your percentage of corporate funding, what's your percentage of individual funding, what's your percentage of program fees. So if they have all their for-profit money, it all comes in from sales or whatever they're doing, they're never going to get anywhere with the nonprofit. So, but again, it goes back to the fact of what's the motive? And clearly in that case, they're looking for, and I meet people that really want to do good and they just want to expand their businesses, their businesses have a social component to them. But that's really not what the thing is. What I also will tell people is that realizing that having a tax exempt status is a privilege. It's a privilege the IRS gives you, and they have certain requirements that they are very strict about. And you don't know, we do not want to be messing with that. Anyone that we've seen that before. So that's another thing that I will do just to kind of put a little bit of fear in them, so to speak. It's like, do you really want to get yourself under a whole other level of scrutiny as a nonprofit? I don't think so. Your tax returns are different, your financials are different, everything's different about the nonprofit. So anyway, those are great questions though, and those are, again, I get those kind of things all the time. And that's why those of you that haven't started a nonprofit yet, that are in the room, it's a good kind of thing to think about. So I'm just going to get into there's 10 steps that I'm going to cover probably fairly quickly. So just so you guys know that this is what my core business is that I form nonprofits and I create what's called the 1023 application. And so that's what I did for Terry. And so it's a fairly complicated 18-page IRS document, which is very not fun to do at all. So as you're learning this today, I just want you to know that I do offer a 30-minute complimentary consultation. Anyone in this room, even if you're an existing nonprofit, want to talk to me about some things, I'm happy to chat with you. Again, I don't work with grant writing or fundraising, but board development and all the compliance issues for nonprofit financial stuff those are my passions. So I'm going to go through this now, especially for those of you guys that have not started the nonprofit, and we'll see what the steps are. Okay. We already talked a little bit about vision, mission, and values. When you form the Arts Corporation with the Secretary of State of Colorado, they're going to ask you to create your vision statement. So that's the very minimum that you need to have to actually file with the state. Okay, determine your name and its availability. Secretary of State, Colorado, just Google that, see if your name exists or not. State of Colorado, you don't need to use the name Inc. after it, some states you do. I've incorporated in probably 16 different states now, and every state has their own incorporation process. Colorado's is not quite as easy as it should be, which I'll tell you about in the next slide. But you can go to the Secretary of State and Google if it's available. Okay, form your board and establish your bylaws. So I often will do this after I incorporate, but the reality is it makes, this is the way you should do it. It's like anything when I work with people, like we all do in our businesses, there's best practice, and then there's what you do to get the job done. This is best practice. Usually step 4 comes before this one, because that's just what makes sense. So, and again, I do whole trainings on forming bylaws, and I can give you sample bylaws and all that kind of thing too. But as I mentioned earlier, you need to have at least 3 members on your board. Art will be talking in our next session about who board members should be, so I'm not going to spend time talking about that now. But what I will say is that he's going to share a little bit differently because he works with large organizations, matured organizations. I work with primarily almost all these startups. Again, best practices. So people will say to me, well, should I have a CPA and an attorney and all this on my board? Because if you Google who should be on the board, that's a very healthy board to have people like that. But as a startup, I always suggest that you have people that are dreamers and that are for you. They're for you, they're supportive of you. Because what you don't want is this situation I was talking with Mike about, that you're in a group of people that all have their own ideas and visions, and you haven't even started yet, and all of a sudden the board's confused and going off and doing all these things that were never what you intended. I always say people should start with a very small board, people that are again for you, dreamers, business people, because boards are about business. People bring on people on their boards that are program heart people, which we love our program heart people. The challenge is most nonprofit founders are program heart people, which so you want to make sure you've got your business people around you that can help those things. So, but again, I do a whole thing just on this topic because it's a big topic in itself. Get your EIN from the IRS. So you need your obviously the name, your address, social security number. It's a pretty quick thing to get from them. Articles of incorporation in the state of Colorado. So the IRS has two major requirements. So if you guys are going to forming this or doing it on your own, reach out to me before you file your articles, and I will tell you how to do this correctly. So the IRS has two major requirements that they ask. One is that you have a purpose statement. Makes sense, right? On your articles, excuse me. Purpose statement on the articles. The second is that you have a dissolution clause, which again, Mike, goes back to your question. What people don't realize is in a nonprofit, if the organization dissolves, the monies do not go back to the founder or to the board, they go to another nonprofit. So people will say, well, I want to put my house and my car and everything in my nonprofit, so I save on property taxes. Again, you get kicked off your board, you lose your house and your car, you don't get those back. Another great thing to tell them. So anyway, those are the things with that.
What was the name of that clause?
Sorry, dissolution.
Dissolution.
So this requires both of those. Guess what? The state of Colorado does not include a purpose statement on your articles. It's the strangest thing. I said I've incorporated in probably 15, 16 states. I see it all the time. I just did a guy in Hawaii, and at the bottom of it, I did all the thing. At the bottom of it, there's a checkbox that said, I realize that this does not meet all the requirements of the IRS, and I've attached a document. Okay, Hawaii, why didn't you allow for a dissolution and purpose statement on your nonprofit articles of incorporation and then tell me that they don't meet IRS standards? It's a mystery to me. California, by the way, I'm from California, did it right. They're one of the few states that actually has everything in their articles correctly. I share that with you because when someone comes to me, oh, I've already formed my articles. Well, the problem is I almost always have to redo them because they didn't know to do that. So again, contact me if you're going to be doing this on your own. I'll send you the stuff that I need that you can do it correctly. All right. Open a business bank account. Once you have your EIN and your articles, you can actually go to the bank and open the bank account. I have some very strong thoughts about bank accounts, only because I do finance work for small nonprofits. I do not suggest credit unions because most of the time you cannot look at your check deposits and the checks that you have written in the bank. I don't ever like to slam organizations in our town here, but I had my own business account with Canvas, which I closed down because I literally could not see a copy of a deposit or check that I had written. So just sharing that with you guys, making sure that when you open a bank account, that your bank actually can operate as a business account, even though my account said it was a business account. Plus it limited me how much money I could transfer in and out of it. It was very strange. Well, this is a business account. Why are you limiting me to $500 to transfer? It was very bizarre. So anyway, do that with caution. I've learned a lot of these things the hard way. All right, file the 1023. I'm going to tell you about those steps quickly here, but this is the 1023 application. There are two types. There is an EZ form if you're 50,000 or less in each of the first 3 years. And the long form is 18 pages. And that's the form that I mostly do for my clients. And because I like it, it's a bigger, it has more requirements. And by the time you're done with it, you have really met and you have a really good structure to start with, which again, I'll talk more about in just a minute here. Okay, once you file it, you wait. So I've seen them as long as 8 and as short as 10 days. Terry's, if I could share about Terry's.
Yeah.
Terry's, we filed on December 31st, I think, and what was it, July that you finally got?
July 6th.
July 6th, she finally got approved. We waited forever on that one. And I had some clients that I had filed in May and had gotten approved before Terry's got approved. So why that happens, I don't know. Nick, do you remember how long yours took once we filed it? Yours was pretty quick, I think, wasn't it?
Filed September to January,
Okay, well,
4 months.
yeah, better than Terry. I have some that have been approved literally in 10 days. So, all right. This is something I'm not really going to get into. I just wanted to be on your radar for those of you that are in the room that already have your nonprofits. Charitable registration is required. If you are over, I think it's $25,000. I'm not going to share anything more with that. I want you guys, again, you can contact me about it, or you can Google it and find out more about this. All right. File for tax exempt status in your state. Colorado does not require that. Some states do. California does, as an example. All right. So here's your little summary there. 4 steps. I'm going to go through these real quickly, and then I want to make sure I take time for questions. So I just listed these as quick things here. So the first thing that I always do with my client, incorporating and creating the EIN. I've got a little pointer thing down here. I wonder where it is. No, that wasn't it. I just bought this. But when I sit down, I'll find it. All right, so then choose your board and develop your bylaws. So the IRS, when you are filing your 1023, you must upload your bylaws and you must upload your articles of incorporation. So you have to have this for when you file, and they also ask you about it. The next one is writing a project narrative. It's only 5,000 characters. You do not need to have a business plan or strategic plan. About 1.5 pages of typed information to do that. And then the 3-year budget. And again, it's really a very, very basic budget that you work on, and the form itself is very basic. Again, they just want to know that. So by the time you've actually created all 4 of these things, you've got a pretty good basis for your nonprofit, which is why this is really powerful to do there. So, all right, I'm not going to have time to go through this. So these are all the elements of a nonprofit, which they're healthy. It's kind of more of a next thing that we would do. Art's going to do that. And then there you go. There's my contact information. And again, you guys have my card and my thing there. So I've got time. Yes, I've got about 7 minutes left for questions. How many of you are going to stay for the next session? Okay. Okay. So questions. I went through things really quick. There's a lot. It's a big project to do, and it's a very detail-oriented project. So there's a lot. So thanks for hanging in there as we were discussing things. So
I think I have a really basic question. Can you clarify the difference between donors and constituents?
yeah, so a donor would be someone who is directly donating money to your organization. So you're going to write to people in a certain way. It's a fundraising ask, possibly. You know, how do you ask for money? Constituents are people in the general community that you want to know about your organization. You're meeting at different events, those kind of things. You're not necessarily going to walk up and just ask for money. Not to do with your donors either, but it's just kind of a subgroup. Technically, they're all constituents, and then you probably break them down into groups. Thanks.
In other words, that would be stakeholders.
Stakeholders, yeah,
There could
absolutely.
be stakeholders who are out there that have a vested in making sure that you succeed, but they may not be as directly involved with donors and so forth.
Great. See, that's why Art's my mentor. I would learn from him. Okay. What else? Yes.
What's the biggest hurdle you've seen when starting a nonprofit, or even just along the way?
So from the process that I do, because again, the 1023 itself is the 4-step process that I mentioned. But I think the biggest challenge for nonprofits, this is where, are you going to be able to stay for the panel today? Are you going to be able to stay for the panel this afternoon?
No.
Okay.
I
No worries. But which I think is fundraising. I think hands down, fundraising is, because again, the biggest challenge is being able to run your program, the passion you have for your program, but then raising the money to continue it. And you need to bring in people. You need an office manager, you need a finance person, you need different people. You have to raise the funds to be able to take care of that. Versus when you have your own business, you can sell a product, increase your price, expand your offerings. So I think be able to position. So I think it is really important. It goes back to investing in infrastructure of your organization and investing in people that can help you raise money. I mean, those are the expenses that are difficult for all of us to do because it takes a while to see the result of it. But the problem is if we're not investing in grant writing and fundraising assistance or marketing assistance, it's really hard for us to grow. So like I said, it's definitely a challenge. So, other questions? Okay. Well, we have 2 more minutes. Anything else?
Go back, New Belgium's B Corp.
They are.
Yeah, New Belgium Brewery formed a B Corp 4 years ago. 3
Okay.
years ago.
Good. Yeah, I met this guy, I do Google advertising. People find me on Google, I work all over the country. And he was already a really successful for-profit, and then he wanted to do a nonprofit and nesting the for-profit under it. It's like owned by the nonprofit. And it's like I can't remember what it's called, not disinterested, but there's a name for it I hadn't heard before. And that's something that,
And that's separate from New Belgium itself,
yeah.
right? This is separate
No, so New Belgium
itself.
is a B Corp. So they transferred from a S Corp to B Corp, I think in 16 or 17. So, and they still are now, and I think one other large company in Fort Collins, I think maybe Otter Products is a B Corp as well.
Yeah. But they still operate for a profit, yeah, they still operate for profit at the bottom line. They do good.
Yeah.
But their purpose is that. All right, yes,
What does the project narrative look like?
absolutely, great question. So when you look at the 1023 application, it has like 5 questions on there. And it'll ask you, so when I do it, let me try it this way. If I'm interviewing you, you're my client, I would say, tell me about yourself and your background, your education background, your experience, anything that would give you experience in running a nonprofit. I would tell the story of your organization for the IRS. And then it would be, what's your passion? Why are you starting this? Everybody has an origin story. I love the origin story. Sometimes it's because something happened to them. Sometimes something happened to a family member. Sometimes just a need that they see in the world. But I will say 2020, it was amazing. I mean, people have just come out. My business is growing because people are wanting to make a difference in the world everywhere. It's really been quite beautiful to see that. So that's the next piece. That's the next part of the story, the transition story. And then your programs. So you have all the programs that you're going to offer. It's going to be anywhere from 1 to 4 programs. And there's usually about 2 statements, 2 or 3 statements for each. And the IRS is going to want to know what percent of your time and money you're going to spend on each one of those programs. And then the 4th piece that we write about is where's the funding going to go. But again, the nice thing about this is, used to be, the forms are now online, which has made it easier because beforehand it used to be a stack of paperwork like this, and you didn't know how much or little you're supposed to write. And so you think, I should give them a whole business plan. Because you're thinking that's how they're going to approve me. But I said, literally, it's 5, they don't even let me put in more than 5,000 characters. So, but, and then, yeah, and that's pretty much, that's the narrative. And like I said, the 3-year budget is pretty much.
On average, what would you estimate on average the cost is to start a nonprofit?
Well, if you do it on your own, the fees for the 1023 long form is $600. And then the short form, which is 50,000 or less, which I really don't recommend people do, but some people will do that. 50,000 or less is $275. And then the state of Colorado is $50. And then if you hire someone like myself or others to do it, then your costs increase from there. And I say this in a way is not necessarily just promoting me, but what I will tell you is I've had numbers of people that I've had to fix that have done LegalZoom and other organizations like that. People get taken for a lot of money and they don't do a good job for them. And I've had to fix probably about 5 of them. So anyway, so that's so being careful, and you get what you pay for, right? And I would say the nonprofit, what I've seen with the other people out there doing it, attorneys will charge $5,000 to $15,000 and do less work than what I do because they don't do the consulting piece. They just do the form, filling out the forms. All right, I want to give you guys a break. And like I said, grab my card, get on my calendar. I do a 30-minute discovery call session if you just want to chat some more. I'd love to do that. Hope you're going to be able to stay to hear the amazing Art Pavoso talk about board development. And we go. Thanks, you guys.
And if you haven't already, and you want to attend the networking event tonight, make sure to get the QR code, scan the QR code, because it require that you are SVP in order to attend the party tonight. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. I'll do that one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say.
Yes.
Send it back to you. No, that's fine. Send it to me. I guess that's why I turned it to you first. I turned the voice I was using. I tell them like it is. Hello there.
I'm Tom. I'm just started working for the city of Fort Collins.
Oh,
So I'm a business.
So, I don't know.
I'll tend to manage hours for so I was with the content information. If I encounter questions would be like, for example, if they have questions, yes, it's non-profit. Can I just like give them your contact information?
So, yeah, well, one of the ways to do it, I work through the SBDC as a consultant, and that's usually how. I'm sorry.
No, no.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get his thing. No, we're all good. Yeah, but no, okay, well, you got mine. And, there we go. Make sure this is gonna work this time. Yeah, magic, there we go. All right, there we are. Step away from here.
Yeah.
So I have these breaks, but right now I've got 4 days off, so I'm gonna go on Thursday. I just wrote an email for this, business cards, and then these are on the list. It's just too many emails. Right. Because I'm on the calendar.
Hi, I'm John.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. I am Chief Professional Development. I do serve on the board for Connections for Independent Living. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Ethan, great to meet you. It's a part, we're a respite provider for foster and adopted families.
Yeah.
Trains.
Yeah, I connected with them a couple weeks ago.
Okay. They really think too.
Yeah. Okay. Who are you with?
Hi, Victoria.
I will show you, I got a business card.
And I'm Jessie. Hi,
Let me give you a card.
she's doing two.
There you go.
Do you have a Polish card?
Yeah, that would be.
Okay.
We're trying.
Yeah.
And then, but she's helping us too, so, yeah.
Or resources.
Yeah.
So,
Ducks and geese. Yeah, there's a few.
Cats and dogs and rabbits and chickens
Or a cow.
and a cow and sheep.
I think we probably plenty.
I know I'm more.
Right.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
I'm Terry.
But, yeah, he asked me, and Brandon asked me.
Good luck, you know. Oh, yeah, okay, great.
And Ramsey also took on street farms with his kids. And I was like, I can't work. I put on him and
It's hard for me to figure out how to fundraise and build up. Yeah, referees is a big,
so, yeah, no, it's that. Like the email I saw.
Yeah, I'm getting video. And plus it's being live streamed.
You
Yeah.
replied, and then
I have no idea.
and I was like, but then
But,
just,
you know,
I didn't
it's
hear
available.
anything.
Yeah, Nick probably knows it. Good.
Yeah, I've been working.
You have to be careful, you don't have to say hi.
Yeah, I'm Phil, you're in the lead. Thank you. Thank you so much today. All day? Oh, good, good. Did you register for the working party? Okay. Well, you're spending the bulk of the day here. So. How did you find out? Oh, so the grapevine is okay. Cool. Yeah, this is cool. This is our first time. Yeah. Yeah, for profit startup. And they have to run the business. Yeah. It's not just about the passion. Yeah. So what's our process? Okay. And well, you met the travel agent I'm hoping next year we'll be able to do like tap into a session. Was that Taylor?
I can introduce myself.
Okay, go for it. Well, these are articles, and then I'll probably go over the
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Yeah, okay.
Okay, if I can have your attention. I think I've met, I don't know if I've met everybody, but I've tried to go around. And so I'll go ahead and get started.
I have to introduce you.
Okay, Kim wants to introduce me.
I can't find it. All right.
Take it away.
That's my assistant, my one text. Should have figured that out. Oh, you do. This is kind of awkward. I shouldn't have done it this way. This is hard.
What do you want to do?
You feel like you tell them about yourself.
Yeah, no,
Okay. All right.
what-
Thank you, Phil. He knows his own bio, so I think that's a good thing.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Stop embarrassing.
I'm Art Pavoso.
Okay.
Here I am.
You need no introduction.
No, yeah, this is gonna be fun, kind of doing this thing with this. By the way, I brought handouts, so
I'll come up here and help.
what do you think, Kim?
Let's start tossing them
How do I get this to move forward?
out. Okay.
There it is, okay.
There it is.
Who am I? We're gonna start out with that first. I am, my whole life, some people say I was born with a pledge card in my mouth. Okay? But pretty much from the time I can remember, and for my whole professional career, I've been in the nonprofit world. I've never been anything else. That's what I've done. I'm native New Yorker, so you'll probably get confused on maybe some of the things that I said. Even though I've been here 45 years, I still have the accent. So if there's something you don't understand, please raise your hand and I'll give you a translation, okay? I've been up in Fort Collins since 1979. I've had a variety of different positions. I was executive director of Larico Youth Homes, which is a home for juvenile delinquents. Back east, when before I came, I ran a group home for mildly retarded children. I was the executive director of Local United Way, and I worked at Colorado State University for 10 years, and then the Health District for 5. So I've been fortunate to live in the same town and move around and kept my reputation up, so nobody went and said, don't hire that guy. And back 30 years ago, I founded Third Sector Enterprises for coaching, training, and consulting with nonprofits. I was doing it on my own when I was working in these other positions, and over time, I've been able to put together associates. Fortunately, I met Kim. Kim is one of our associates. These folks have their own businesses, and we get together to work on projects. Or if something comes up, if somebody says, hey, I want help with strategic planning, instead of myself going to do it, I'll refer them to the people that we now have to do that, okay? Who are you? So I went around, tried to introduce myself, but basically finding out what your organization's mission was, and I think I've got a good handle on that. How many people's organizations have been in existence, let's say, less than 5 years? About more than 5 years? Okay, that's good, just so I know. What about sizes of budgets? How many people, their budgets are less than 100,000?
Oh, yeah. Way.
Okay. How about more than 100,000? Okay, great. All right. How about number of board members? How many people have less than 5 board members? People have more than 5 board members. How many people have more than 10 board members? Okay, all right. And number of staff. How many people have at least 1 staff member? How many people have more than 1 staff member? How many people have more than 5? Okay, great.
No staff.
No staff. That's great. I love it.
You have no idea who you're dealing with here.
Oh, yeah. No, that's great.
Lower the expectations.
That's what, you know me a little bit, and I'm getting to know you a little bit too, but at least I could see that. So my comments today are really designed to kind of create, I guess, a foundation. You know, in the time that we have, it's hard to really drill down and go into very much specifics, But hopefully today, and I have, like I said, I have handouts, something, one thing, maybe two things will stick out. And you go like, okay, it was worthwhile to come and hear this guy. Let's go on for an hour, okay? That's my hope, that you'll get something out of it. So, the first thing, and basically I'll also be spinning off of what Kim had talked about earlier. So some of it may be repetitive, but I think it just bears reminding, and there's people who weren't in that session. So let's start here, okay? And I have a handout, so let's hand out this one.
Which one? I passed them out. Which one are you looking for?
This one.
Building a board. Everyone has the building a board handout.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay. Now, the only thing I ask you, she's passed everything out, is don't look ahead. You cannot look ahead. If I catch anybody looking ahead, I'm gonna point you out. You don't know the order. Anybody who figures out the order, let me know.
Did you say building a board?
Building a board,
Okay, we didn't. Yeah,
building
we
it should
don't
come
have that.
around.
You
Okay.
want to be building board? Which sides?
None of us.
All right.
We got capacity building, but that's different.
That's different, we'll come to that. That's why I have to hand them out individually.
We need the building.
Did you get this board? Everybody got building a board?
No.
No.
Here you go.
Yeah, I have 30 copies, so if there's more than 30 people, let me know, and I will get you one later.
Thank these.
Okay, all right, so board size. To me, over the years, the ideal is 9. You can get to 9 people. Why? Because at 9, you can make assignments. People can have a variety of different things to work on. If you only have 4 or 5 people, it's harder. It makes it more difficult for board members. If you have more than 9, they can't get to know each other. And some people can hide. They don't come to it. At 9 people, they're gonna know who's missing, okay? So that's why I say go with the 9 number. Also, what can happen is you can spread this out on assignments. So various, like program committee, resource development, finance, infrastructure. These are typical committees that organizations have. So if you can assign 1 or 2 people to those committees, they also get to work with each other, but the load is spread out. Many executive directors are doing so much on their own, and this is part of what has to be transferred to the board. And if they know when they come in, these are the assignments, they're going to be more willing to step up and do that. So 9's that number. Composition, specific skills. A lot of organizations, when you're starting out, as Kim pointed out, might not be able to do this, but as you go forward, you want to look for an accounting person, someone who's familiar with investments, legal, real estate, architects. These are the kinds of things that help build the board, where somebody's coming first, primarily because they're passionate about your organization. Secondly, they may be an attorney, they may be an accountant, they may be a realtor. You just don't want to get any realtor to come on. You want them to share the passion of your mission first, and then they may be a realtor second. Diversity. Age, gender, race, disability, whatever it is. Today, you cannot have a board without it being diverse. It has to be diverse. You know that. I don't need to say much more on that. Personal attributes. Commitment to the cause. Let's talk about that. It's going to come up in other areas. You are involved in your organization because you thoroughly believe it. You wake up in the morning saying, what am I going to do today for my organization? You don't drive to work or get on the internet just because it's something to do. You're not in the nonprofit field because this is something else to do. You're committed to it. Take that same passion and expect that of the people that come on and serve. Don't settle for less. There's people out there, but there may not be the people that want to share your passion. If you approach board development just from that alone, and has the lens that you look for, you're going to be successful because you're going to develop a culture of people who will go over the mountain, who will do whatever it takes to make that happen. And if you don't hear that, if you don't see that, say, thanks very much, step back, have them in another role, but don't put them on the board, okay? Have that patience to do that, okay? Personal actors, like I talked about that. Term limits, very important. 2 3-year terms. The hardest thing to do is to fire a board member. Okay? Right? It happens. And so if you have 2 3-year terms, thank you very much. You have the 3-year term, and we'll talk about what life goes on during that 3-year term. Okay. But at the end of 3 years, great. You want to continue? We want you to continue, great. At the end of 6 years, thank you very much. Here's your plaque. We appreciate it. Now step off for a year, okay? And you can come back if you want. Because what happens is some people will be there for 3, 6, 7, 8 years. Oh, we tried that back in 2006. It just didn't work. Well, no, it's 2022, and it may be different, okay? So be aware of that. Create the steps that are needed to do that, okay? Annual self-evaluation, we're going to talk about in some other areas, and I'll come back to it, but it's very important that that is an established principle within the organization. I'll provide more details on that. Identification, cultivation, and recruitment. All board members are responsible for being on the lookout for identifying prospects and so forth. Election, annually. Typically, it's at the end of the year or as you come close to whatever your fiscal year is. And then there's a section there on orientation, which you can look at. Very important to really, think about it from when you went into your organization, wherever you're working. You don't just want to step in and be totally unaware of things. How about documents in a binder, nicely put together, about maybe the minutes from the last year? What about board members? We talk about guardian angels in other contexts. Maybe board members should have a guardian angel when they come on new, someone that's going to really be overlooking for them and helping them out when they have questions, okay? Meeting clients. Whatever organization you're in, nothing substitutes than when a new board member comes in and actually sees the kids working in a daycare center, or actually may go see the horses basically doing what they're supposed to do, or the animals. Nothing substitutes for board members and eventually donors getting to actually see the product that's going on, the program that's going on. You can never have enough of that. Okay, and then assign committee. They need to be assigned right away to a committee that they feel is important, could want to participate in. And the commitment letter, we'll come to that. They're going to be signed commitments letters where they're going to say, I am going to do X, Y, and Z this year. And at the end of the year, guess what? Going to be evaluated. Who's going to evaluate them? Themselves. The worst critic that people have is themselves. And they know that. You just got to give them an opportunity to turn that mirror around and look at them. Okay. Let's go. Now we're going to go to conflict of interest statement, which you should have. This was one of the faux pas that I did when I was copying. So it'll look like this, right? Do you have the conflict of interest statement? No. Okay. Yeah, it's on the back of that.
Oh, back of capacity
On the
building.
back of that. What happened was
We did on this.
I made a copy and, I did the two. One came out this way and the other came out upside down. So the best is intense.
It's allowed.
You need a board member to take care of that.
Don't hire me. Right, yeah. So this conflict of interest statement is really important. It should be part of when you, in the basics. Possibilities exist. What types of conflicts could there be? Let's use an example of where someone's going to rent you a building, okay? And they're on the board, and there's a financial incentive for them to rent it. It's at a discount, but there's still a financial incentive for them to rent it to you, okay? They need to disclose that, and they need to basically recuse themselves from any discussion that occurs relative to the price that's going to be paid. It's not that you can't do it, but it could be a conflict of interest. And so anytime there's a potential conflict of interest, you want to make sure that they sign it, and they say, I have a conflict, and I'm going to step when discussions occur. May seem like something that's pretty simple, but it can really get you in trouble if things happen, then you have to backpedal and you have to kind of find a way to soften the blow when other people outside find out about it. Okay? All right. Let's move forward. All right. Capacity building competency. So assuming now that you've set all those up, you've been able to check all those things that I just mentioned in building the board. Capacity building competency. So we're raising your sights at this point. You're looking down the road, okay? The organization is going to grow over time. But what do you want to have internally within the culture of the organization? These are the capacity building competencies, which I can tell you from my experience. If you can put these in place, you can check all these boxes, you're going to raise more money. You can come back and say, Art, I was at your workshop and you told me we're going to raise money, and I'm going to say, you're going to do it. Why? Because all these pieces fit together. A capacity is the actual demonstration or performance of a knowledge and resources, not just talking about it. It's the actual demonstration that you are monitoring that you can check this box. You can actually see, look on number one, adaptive capacity, that there is an easily understood and compelling vision, mission, and value statement. This sometimes is talked about as the elevator speech. When I met you and you told me, hi, I'm Art, who's your organization, what do you do? I get a picture of it right away. I'm not confused about it. You're not confused, and I'm not confused. I get it. That's kind of the start of the elevator speech. Where does it come from? It comes from an easily understood and compelling vision. Where do we want to be? What's the dream, mission? How are we going to do it? And what are the values that underlie it? Every board member needs to know that. It should be referenced at every meeting. It should be referenced at every meeting. You could put a sign up that talks about the vision and the mission. You want to grow that within the organization so they have it. They know when they're talking to friends, they've got the elevator speech and they've got this down. Okay? A written strategic plan. Some of you just starting out. It's okay to have a plan. Where do we want to be in 5 years? Where do we want to be in 10 years? Why? Because you're going to come across a donor who's going to ask you that question. Someone's going to come along and say, what if I gave you $100,000? What would you do with it? Besides fall down and have me pick you up. Right? But you're going to say, excuse me, let me take out our handy-dandy strategic plan. No, you're going to be able to comment on it and say, well, if we had $100,000, we already know what we want to do with it. We want to expand our youth programs. We want to basically get a new facility, and we already have been talking about it. So you've got to be prepared for it. It may never happen, but believe me, if it does, it's going to become in handy. So you have to have a written strategic plan that is referenced and updated on a regular basis, meaning yearly, but it should be referenced on a monthly basis. And the board members know that this is what's happening. This is what gives them the reason to participate. They have choices where they can volunteer. You come up with this, and well, they're going to come up with it. They're going to know that they're in the right organization. They're going to know this organization has not only a vision and mission, but it has plans where it wants to go. Staff and volunteers who embrace their roles as change agents. We live in a world that constantly changes, constantly. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's reality. And so what was good last year maybe isn't good now. One of the things I like to say in my life, what has been able to get me to this part in my life may not be what gets me to the next part of my life. I'm happy with it, but boy, I don't know what's coming up. I got to be prepared for it. In organizations, it's the same thing. Got you to 2022, check the box, great. But what's out there? What is happening? And the board members need to be willing to lead that charge. They need to be willing to say, this is changing, and I'm okay with that. It's not like it was best back 5 years ago. It's like, what's happening in the future? Okay, so that's under adaptive. Leadership capacity. Basically, work well together. At the end of the day, let's be buddies. You know, we want to do this work. This is not the place where we need to kind of divide. We need to basically unify. So board members who understand and embrace their roles, and I'm going to talk about that here in a second. An executive director who is an experienced manager and respected leader, meaning that they enjoy their job, they like the role that they're in, they like being a leader, they like being a manager. And people who they've associated with respect their skills and abilities for that. And last but not least, a healthy team spirit. Once we're all in this together. We're all trying to get to the same vision. We're all trying to get to the same mission. So they talk well about each other. They support each other. They may even do other things outside of the board that help them build that relationship. Okay? When they come to the board meeting, they're not afraid to come to the board meeting because it's going to be contentious. They want to come to the board meeting so that everybody can put their shoulders to the wheel and move it forward. That's the expectation. That's the culture that needs to be created. So new members come in, they'll feel it right away. They'll feel it, they'll feel that positive energy right away and be able to move put their shoulder to the wheel and move the organization forward. Okay? By the way, I have a tendency to go on. If anybody has a question, I won't feel bad about it, okay? If you raise your hand, because I'm a freight train when I get going. I'll just be able to move, so that's okay. Management capacity, a written resource development plan. How are we going to raise this money? Whatever our goal is. It has to be written down. A written communications and promotions plan. It just doesn't happen. How's it going to look like? And written volunteer and personnel manuals, okay? Emphasize on written. Something that you have, that you can share with new board members, existing board members know, okay? And it just sets your organization at that professional level. Okay, that's the way we do it. This is how it goes. Technical, a system of sound financial practices and management tools. We talked earlier about QuickBooks or whatever you have to keep your financial information. But I add a relationship database. Okay, relationship database enables you to keep track of your donors. So when you have a meeting with them, you're able to come back and you're able to put in information about them. So it's electronically captured. So as the time goes on, you're able to refer that to that. And somebody else who comes in can look at it, okay? Now this is a bit of a pirouette for boards sometimes because of their concern about confidentiality, okay? The only people who have access to that is you as an executive director. Maybe some board members who have a need to know, because they're going to be putting in information. This is not necessarily publicly something that you put out, but it definitely helps you do that. Yes?
Do you have one that you recommend?
Well, you have Razor's Edge, which is one. There's, what is the one that Roxanne is involved in? Salesforce, okay.
Donor box.
Yeah.
Nikila.
Yeah, that's great.
Salesforce?
Their support.
And there's different levels
Right.
and what they see, so as far as privacy, you can put different
You
levels.
can put different levels on and
Which
control it.
one was that?
Salesforce.
Yeah, Salesforce. It's an essential. It's an essential. Because the bad news is you don't have it. The good news is you don't have it. So you can add on to, you can start adding to it. When I was at CSU, that's what we did. I went from United Way, where we did a lot of group fundraising activity, to CSU, where I was only focused on individuals. And what I had in those days, you get a kick out of it, I used to have the 3x5 cards that in my little box that was door geared and everything. I had to take it out and who was going to call. Then all of a sudden, the world changed and now it's all electronic. I'm getting a list of who are my top 40 people that I need to make my best friends at this point. And I got to figure out how to do it. Where they get it from? They got it from public information that was out there. So this relationship database serves one purpose for you internally, but then externally, you can give that information to like Martin Lundy or Wealth Engine, and they'll take that information and tell you back in descending order, who's your top prospect and who's your next tech prospect, so but it's all public information. The reason I say it's a pirouette is because board members are concerned about the confidentiality aspect. Not everybody can feel comfortable with that, but you need to get to be comfortable with it because you're not talking about anything that is out of school. It's really important that you do that. So this relationship database is a key part of that technique. Professional development, okay, needs to be included in the budget, both for board members and staff. This needs to be not something you ask for every year. It's like something that's in there because they should be able to grow and you should be able to grow as well. And the last one here is an understanding of what clients consider value, okay? And no matter what organization you're in, you know the need. Great. But you need to poll the clients. You need to ask them what they need. And those two need to jive. Because sometimes they can go like this. You don't want that to happen. You want it to be in sync. So taking polling of your clients, whoever it might be, maybe it's annually, maybe it's every other year, whatever it is, but don't miss out on that opportunity to do that. That also keeps the board members excited and energized because board members can develop their own reasons as to why things exist. And so when they hear from the clients, that'll help in the strategic planning efforts. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. All right. Qualities of a board. Now they have that.
Board roles?
The what?
Is that board roles?
Board roles and responsibilities.
Board roles.
Yeah. Okay. So there's, as she's passing that out, there's actually two models that are in the nonprofit field. One is called the Carver model, and the other one is the board source model. The Carver model typically works for public organizations, those that are elected. Because what happens in the Carver model, the board members are concerned about outcomes, and the staff is concerned about outputs. They're separated. The board doesn't get involved in actually making the operation run, okay? It's not a good model for private nonprofits. You cannot succeed with the Carver model in a private nonprofit. You need to adapt the board source model, and this is the board source model, okay? 10 points, and maybe you do this already, so it might be a review. And you have, I'm not going to go through the details of it, you can read it, but I just wanted to cover the 10. Board's responsible for determining the organization's mission and purpose. Typically do that in a retreat, you update it on an annual basis. You select the board members, select the executive director. So all executive directors work for the, okay? Third, support the executive director. Introduce them to people out in the community. Annually evaluate them, okay? Support and review, not just every once in a while, but annually. And that's a most important thing. Get feedback from the board, get feedback from people that they're familiar with, get feedback from donors as to how the executive director is doing. Ensure effective organizational planning, strategic planning, dealing with the programs, always still relevant at this day and age. Number 5, and I can stop right here, is ensure adequate resources. Give and get. Give and get. As simple as that. How much to give? How much to get? I don't like to define that. Give what you can that your heart tells you to give. Give in an amount that your family feels will support this organization. Get an amount that you feel comfortable with. Get involved in the getting, however it is. There are recognition opportunities that are usually created, okay, and board members can look at that. There can be recognition societies. At CSU is $1,870 because 1870 was when the organization was founded, okay? There's the de Tocqueville Society. You make up whatever you want. But the point is they'll look at that and they'll evaluate where they sit. But don't say every board member, I don't believe it. Don't say every board member should be at this amount. Let them come to that conclusion. But board members need to make a contribution, and they need to be willing to get out and get other contributions, okay? Manage resources, yes.
So you're saying that it's not a good idea to recommend a certain amount, like $100 or something like that?
I wouldn't. That's not my experience. I know some organizations are doing that. The reason is because I always want, as we go down the road with that donor, with board members who donor, I always want them to be thinking from their heart as to how they feel. They'll see what's out there. Like I said, they'll see the recognition opportunities, and they'll see what others genuinely are doing, okay? But I don't really, as long as the board 100% participates, that's what grant writers want to know. They want to know that the board is participating at 100%, and here's the total giving for the board. That's the most important thing. Yes?
So, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
part B. So there are in-kind donations?
In-kind donations,
Donations
in-kind donations can count towards that, yes, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Good. Okay, manage resources effectively, once again, be aware of it. Board members have the ultimate fiduciary responsibility. If they don't know, if they have a question, they should feel very comfortable to ask a question, because their feet's gonna be held to the fire if there's a problem ultimately with the organization on resources, okay? Determine and monitor the programs, enhance the organization,
Based on that 7 and then a little bit before, I know some boards are considered more fundraising boards, some are more organizational, operational boards, and maybe there's a gray line between them. And then sometimes in board meetings, they're very well intended, but they might lose track of their decision I find sometimes they get nitpicky about things that
on the program side.
yes,
Yeah,
other things like
right,
that. So like
yeah,
how to define that.
Right. Well, first of all, once again, that's an excellent question, by the way. So if you have a program committee, so there maybe is 2 board members who are assigned to do the nitpicking, right? So they can nitpick, but then the board members have to trust that those board members are doing that oversight, okay? And not everybody. The reason is because it's an excuse to not fundraise. It's an excuse.
Well,
Right?
I'm already in conversation.
Right, because, well, let's spend a lot of time, oh, by the way, we have the fundraising on the agenda, it's the last thing on the agenda. How do we get to it? No, it should be the first. But one of the things that I'm not doing today, but I have the whole, that's called the art of the ask. Okay. And it's about how to do individual fundraising. And, I could spend a whole nother hour just on that. But
Do you have that separately accessible?
what I have is I can send the graphic that I have, and then you can see that.
Did we just email you?
Yeah, by the way, I'm on the web, I didn't bring cards, I don't operate a card. But you can get me at art@thirdsectorenterprises.com. That's me. But part of that is, it's a wheel. The mistake that people make is going from, oh, I know this person, let me go ask them. For board members, the reason why they don't want to get involved in fundraising, they're afraid of failure. So you have to tee them up to be successful. And
Well, I tell the board, like, you just give me a name and I will do massaging, but I need a name.
Well, the name needs to be qualified by you to make sure their heart is in the right place. That's the qualification phase. If you go from there to just asking, you could have a failure, and it's going to knock you back a couple of steps.
So do you feel like, and this can ebb and flow as the organization grows, or there's shifts in financial in the country and things like that, but do you feel like a board should always be defined like, oh, it's a fundraising board and that's how it's going to stay?
I would have a choice. I would say all boards need to feel responsible for fundraising. And you hire the right people to oversee the programs. Okay. So, yeah. Serve as a court of appeal. Wise executive directors know if they're looking for something, if it's a problem, they should go to the board for help if they need it. And last is assess its own performance And one of the next handout, I believe, is the actual, you have it?
Statement of board responsibilities.
Yes, that's it, yeah.
Anyone not have statement of individual board responsibilities?
Yeah, so, yes, question? Let's come, yeah. So statement of individual board, what this is, refers to what I talked before. Every board member, even your existing ones, new ones coming in, they sign this. You can see what this is, you can adopt this for your own organization. But what it is, it's like, here's what I promise to do this coming year. At the end of the year, you ask them to evaluate themselves. Well, how did you do? Did you do okay? Great. Stay with us. You didn't do well? What do you think? Is this something that you want to continue with? Okay? For the second year or the third year? You have to ask those questions after every year. Because if you don't, time goes on, and all of a sudden entrenchment, and they're getting away with not doing what they said they would, and it lowers the culture of the organization. I know it's a tough thing to address, but you have to address it head on. Okay. And the last handout is the fundraising one. Typical annual fundraising campaign tools. All right, I think they have that ready. I think they may have
Got
it.
it, so.
Some people have it.
You don't have it?
All right, anyone have a stack of it anywhere? Joe stack? We don't have that. Stack? Problem child.
Handout order.
And then Kim is a guy, 10 minutes for questions?
We've got 10 minutes to finish and do questions,
Oh,
so
okay,
you can combine it.
Good, okay.
But we won't be finishing at 10 up.
10 of them, no matter what, yeah. Why did I give you this? Because it's not a fundraising workshop. But the reason is because of what I said earlier. Where does the board intersect? Okay? These are typical activities that go on in fundraising. What's a get to know you event? You see, if you go from 0 to light speed and you make your list of 10 people that you know, and you go there, and you show up and the first 2 people go, what's going on? Really? Or they're like, oh, that's nice. Or they say, I don't want to talk to you, you know? Where if you say to somebody, hey, look, we're having a get to know you event, which is basically, hey, this is going to be at 8 o'clock in the morning or whatever. There's no ask. You're not going to get asked for money. Keep your wallet in your pocket. Do not take it out. You're not going to get, but we want you to come because we want you to hear about what we're all about. Okay? Board members could bring people, staff members could bring people, and it literally is just about get to know. Now, what does it involve? It involves where you do a show and tell, but it's really dramatic. I mean, it's not just your average show and tell. I mean, you're going to definitely hit some heartstrings here, and you're going to try to get your point across to these people. And the people who are there, whether it's board members, are going to watch these people, and you're going to see what their reaction is. If their eyes glazing over, they come and say, it's very nice to know you, thank you, I'll see you later. I appreciate it, have a good night. Or is it like, wow, I'm really impressed. Something I can do? Yeah, why don't you? Great, you're interested. We use the term in the beginning, suspect. When people show up. We use the term prospect after they're qualified. And we want to spend time with prospects. Okay? What do we do with the prospects? We cultivate them. We don't ask them for money right then and there. We have them come more. Maybe they came to a room like this. Now we want them to come to the facility, or we want them to actually participate in whatever activities. You guys are creative enough to know what that next step would be, but it's a cultivation activity. And hopefully when they come to the cultivation activities, you continue to look in their eyes and you continue to look at the body posture, and guess what you see? You see more interest. You see that, wow, this is really a clincher. Well, thanks very much. I'm going to move on, okay? And then you have a fundraising event. And at this fundraising event, you only invite those people who were prospects who went through this filter. And at that fundraising event, it becomes like a, what do you call it, like a religious experience. I mean, this is going to be fun, it's going to be emotional, it's going to be exciting. People are going to be dying to want to give because they've been qualified at that point in time. And the ask is going to occur at that event. They're going to be given pledge cards, they're going to be excited about it, and they're going to give. And what's the board member's role? The board member role is bringing people to the get to know you event, having it qualified, and then following up with them and bringing them to the event. And that's typically how that first wave of donors gets started. And now you have these donors that are in the fold, and you have your relationship database, and now you're drilling down. You end up with 100 donors after this first fundraising event. Who's the top 10? Of the 100 who gave you money, who should I be spending time with? Who are the top 10? Who are the top 20? Because those people you want to listen to. They may have some great ideas that they want for your organization, and they're willing to maybe consider giving some more money down the road, maybe not then. And guess what they can do? They can do the same thing that you did. They can go out and listen to people. They can meet with people and share the joy that they have of that experience. Qualify people to then bring to the next one that you're going to have for the special event. It's a sequence that, trust me, has worked for organizations if you do it. But you have to do it. You can't short circuit it. You have to do the full part. And the temptation is to bring non-qualified people to the fundraising event. And when that happens, you run the risk of getting backlash, right? Because the person hasn't really gone through that whole process. So, yes, in the back.
Can you share what are the new online payment methods like Venmo and all the others that I don't know about that might be helpful?
Yeah, I mean, somebody else, I mean, once again, yeah, Venmo and PayPal. And
I'll just answer that real
you
quick.
can, yeah, why don't you
One of the
do
things I do is I do finance for a small nonprofit, so I work with all that. So you can accept money through PayPal, through Venmo, through any of those things. So Stripe is a processor that goes from your website to your bank. Venmo and PayPal, of course, like a bank. The money sits there, you can pay bills at it. Venmo's kind of the same way. So they're a little bit different. But the best way to do it is to have a link on your website and use Stripe or Square and have it go directly to your bank account and not have an intermediary in between. That's really going to be the most efficient and effective way to do that. And less confusing. You don't want to put up boundaries for your donors, which is why I'm not a big fan of PayPal. PayPal, you have to have an account or log in and that kind of thing. Make it easy, have a link, go directly to your bank account. So it's just a quick statement on that one.
I'm a donor relations, so if you ever suggestions. I'm learning as I go.
I'm sorry, okay, question?
I need suggestions.
Yeah.
So, my elevator speech is, we are the nonprofit who helps all the other nonprofits. But as such, we are a public access channel here in Fort Collins. We don't have anything really that tugs on anyone's heartstrings as far as I know, although I suppose we could. I just don't know what it is yet. So I'm not sure how we would approach all of these steps and.
Well, but figuring that out is an important question.
Yes, it is.
I mean, if you're helping other nonprofits, maybe you get testimonials from them on how you help them.
Show their videos.
And you target more corporations or businesses that want to see their community grow. And you see their community grow.
Okay. Well, that's kind of what I was thinking, so I guess I'm looking for
But,
affirmation.
and the other thing is education and promotion, right? And what could happen, just like happened now, you could advertise for a community meeting here and say, hey, folks who are listening to us on Saturday, whatever, we're gonna have a meeting and we're gonna ask you why you're listening. And we're gonna have like a focus group. And out of that, you can then determine, well, here's why these people are listening. They're gonna tell you jewels of information, just like we heard right here. And then you can piece that together and you can create your elevator speech, or you can create your reason for existing out of that. But you have to listen to your clients, to the people who are listening. They'll tell you the best thing.
When you talk about inviting qualified individuals to a fundraising event, how many qualified individuals are we gathering to justify hosting an event and making it not feel like, I mean, how many prospects or suspects are you working with?
I would take any number. If it's 15, then make the event for that, because you're gonna have 15 people who are gonna knock down the doors, right? And at that event, all the excitement, and they're gonna be giving money. Now, the next year, maybe it's 30 people. So judge the event, where you hold the event, and how much you put in. But bring people who are totally committed.
And you're talking about donor prospects only.
Donor prospects.
So is there a certain amount you realize, I understand every gift is valuable, but is there a certain amount you realize where you might consider them more
Maybe.
worthy of this situation?
Well, and that, yes, and that goes
That's
to,
dependent on the organization.
that goes to your recognition strategy. So for example, let's say, who's your highest donor right now? How much? Individual.
Individual is gonna be $11,000.
11,000. So there's probably gonna be a range. It's gonna probably be a $10,000 gift. There's probably gonna be a $5,000 gift. There's probably 2,500. Let's say 1,000, right? So if you have those giving levels, because you already have somebody at that level, right? You're gonna know how many people fit into these other ranges. You're gonna share that.
Got it.
Right? And so people are gonna see that and they're gonna go, I don't know if I have 10,000, but I might have 1,500 to go. That's gonna speak for it. And with the recognition levels, what goes with the recognition? Is it when I walk into your building, I see nice plaques, there a room, whatever. And from a strategic planning perspective, if it's facilities, right?
To add a little bit to that, I've heard some pretty good theories on what to implement donor recognition levels and how it might push someone away from feeling like they can't meet that. Is there just better strategies to implement, you think? that
But once
might
again, how low do you go? You can go 500, go 100. I'm not saying stop at 1,000.
Right.
Here's my thing, which is that, and goes to recognition. People will tell you they don't want recognition. That's not the truth. They really want, they really do. But you don't want to put it in their face, right? You have to do it gently and so forth. Some want anonymity, great. There's an anonymous category, which is, I would say, unless you're, well, I would say you need to have recognition strategies. It works. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Consider some form of planned giving in their estate planning. Right. The largest transfer of wealth, which has probably been diminished, but the point is, there's this $1 trillion transfer that is going to occur at some point. Don't wait until your organization is 15 years old to start talking about planned giving, right? You want to try to find out, you get professionals, third sector enterprises is one of the things we do is create planned giving programs. But the point is so that you are already talking about it now. Because someone might be interested in that. Planned giving isn't only just putting you in the will, which is nice, but there's charitable remainder trust, there's charitable gift annuities, there's ways to get people involved now in planned giving vehicles that puts them more in touch with you, okay? So think about that as you go forward. And the hook came out, and that's it. Look at that. Finished.
I literally did that to you. Isn't your heart amazing?
Good luck. If you know how to get a hold of me, my phone number also, just write this down, is 970-217-9969. You can text me, whatever. It's usually the best way to get it.
Would you say that again?
970-217-9969. Yeah.
Could we get electronic copies of these?
Yeah, I have them actually.
You can email me, Lorraine.
Yeah, I have it in a
My
folder.
cards are in the back there. Sorry. Yeah, I'm Kim Fisher. Those of you that missed the earlier meeting, I form nonprofits. That's my specialty. So if you guys know anyone who's looking to start a nonprofit, who's crazy enough to do what you're doing, I have my materials and cards on the way out the door, and I can get anything that Art gave you today, I can get to you. So grab that from me.
You have, yeah.
So what if you're a nonprofit who feels like they're starting?
Yes, it's not quite the journey. So we have a couple more sessions for you today. We have a 10-minute break. Before you go, I want to let you know that Alex, right back here with Arula, is doing our next session on tips and tricks for grant writing. And then we have at 4 o'clock, this is going to be a fantastic session, 3 o'clock. We have a panel of nonprofit founders at all different stages who have done this already. And so I think it'll be encouraging for everyone to hear their stories. But we have a brand new startup, and then we have Sarah Swanty with Animal Friends Alliance, who's just extraordinary what she's been able to do. So I think that'll be great fun. And then at 4:30, we are meeting over at the CSU Stadium at the New Belgium Port, not the New Belgium Brewery, the New Belgium Port at the CSU Campus Stadium. Not Campus Credit Union and not a New Belgium Brewery. Okay. Well, it's confusing to me. So anyway, we're meeting over there at 4:30, and we're gonna have signs. This is Phil here. Phil Donaldson has been my partner in creating this track. You've been getting probably some links from him. We'll have a little sign, nonprofit leaders, join us, it can be free. Food, drink, and just hang out with people and connect with other people in the business community. So that's for today. I want to let you know one other thing too, is that this is part of what used to be called Fort Collins Startup Week, which we as nonprofits were not very involved in before. It was mostly for the business community. Obviously, the nonprofits are a huge sector in our community. So we are looking, this is our first kind of small track that we're doing this year, which has been obviously wonderful to have you here. We're looking at hosting again in March. So be looking for information about that. We're going to have some really robust multi-day tracks on all kinds of things nonprofit. So you guys can be excited. And we want Fort Collins Startup Week, founded in FoCo, nonprofit track to be the place that we all look forward to every year to get together and learn from each other. So we're going to be building that. So with all that, please take a break. And
If you want, there's some extras, I have extra, if you want to take some more with you, please feel free to do so.
Let's get started right away with Alex.
Thank you.
Not the good stuff.
No, I'm moving over.
Oh, we didn't know.
So I was like, nobody wanted to enter.
Good. Yes, first time for your dark.
Can I get my device on the computer?
Alex, what do you think? So I'm already set up.
I heard all about y'all right now. Community especially, yeah. Not many
No, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm only going to say this. Yeah, figure, you know.
Very helpful. Extremely helpful.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. So I'll look at your website, so I see
Yeah.
what your sweet spot is. I know Kim's is.
Yeah, and basically fundraising is really, I mean, board development, you can do that. But fundraising piece, individual
Yeah, that's
donors, We also we focus in on this organizational assessment, we do that. If we're gonna work, I recommend it for organizations that have been around for a while, to make sure that they're on track, okay? And then if it's gonna do a capital campaign, we do a donor qualification survey, right? So we kind of, but it's really mostly for organizations that have been around. and-
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
and
Yeah,
looking
we're
to-
not that fancy.
But that's okay, you know what I mean? So it's, but get a hold of me.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you.
thank you very much for your time.
Okay, so, yeah, then let's talk, that way I can just make sure that, what we provide is covered.
Hey, no worries, Michael. She's good now. John. Well.
I've seen you before, where are you?
Networking or something.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, and then.
Couldn't get out of
Yeah, I've got some. Yeah, and it looks like you are all set.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I am.
I was.
Yes. Oh, we talked about that. Okay, that's why I said no, right? That's why, because I thought, yeah, you were the HOS. Oh, no, I was talking about something else. Oh, wonderful. Sure, and you're on your way.
I had met with Mike.
Yeah, Mike was actually my presentation earlier today. I did the first one today. He was
around here, so-
And it was funny because we were talking
Well, I've got a
about
conversation.
Yeah, he had, we just chatted because I realized we had a mutual party connection. If you remember. And it's there you are.
Well,
Nice to
thank
meet
you
you.
very much.
Say hi.
All right, thank you. They're also more active out in the community.
Yeah, I'm debating if I'm gonna deep dive into the start of the foundation.
Okay, I liked it that in the first session this morning.
I know.
But you were still talking. All right, I'm gonna put these arts in the back there. Cinnamon rolls if anybody wants a snack. Okay. I will be more prepared this time.
Let me know when you want me to start.
Well, I have to introduce you first. This time I'm better prepared than I was last time.
And
Okay.
this clear just
Lots of things going on this morning. All right.
Just like right in this.
Yeah, we'll practice first, just make sure it's working. Yep, there it goes. It was kind of been intermittent today for whatever reason. You know, technology decides what it wants to do.
Give me just a second.
Okay.
I'll just give you that second. I heard your Town Square Media Business Spotlight a few months ago, and I've been wanting to connect with you, so this is really great.
Oh, perfect. Glad to hear
There
it.
you go.
Excellent to hear. I have business cards in the back table as well. If anybody wants to grab one of those.
So is anybody new this session to the presentation? I think, are you new? Yeah, I thought, right, you were. Anyone else new? Okay, we had a couple of new people. Wonderful. This is our third presentation today. And I did one the first, I'm Kim Fisher. I did one this morning on starting a nonprofit, completing all the paperwork. We just had Art Bavosa who talked to us about board development. Now we're kind of in the next piece of it. Once we kind of developed our board, we're obviously looking at fundraising. Grant writing is always a big question that everyone that comes to any of us consultants are always asking about. So we're excited today to have Alex Honigsberg with Arula Consulting to share tips and tricks about grant writing. I'll tell you a little bit about him. So he is the president and founder of Arula. He started the company in 2018 after having nearly 10 years in the nonprofit world, after realizing that every grant writer he met required payment for their fee up front. Alex knew there was a more equitable way and decided to tap his own knowledge and experience to provide this service. while sharing the risk with the nonprofits. Alex and the team at Arula assist dozens of nonprofits and initiatives, mostly in Colorado, but also throughout the country. Take it away, Alex.
Sweet. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate
Now, Alex,
it.
you've got 40 minutes, and then 10 minutes for questions, and then we have 10 minutes break.
Sounds good.
Mhm.
All right, so my presentation today is very much tips and tricks. I wanted to make that very clear because I have personally been to a bunch of grant writing presentations, workshops, things of that nature, and they're all very, very useful things. They teach you how to identify a grant, research, how to go about writing the grant, but they're all kind of similar in structure. And if you want to go through one of those presentations, I have recommendations. Feel free to email me. I can send you one of those. But what we're going to do today is build on that just a little bit. We're going to talk a little bit more about once you've identified that grant, what are some tips and tricks to kind of take your grant from what's just borderline not quite being accepted to what's going to be funded, get to the next level. So I have 7 tips and tricks I'm going to go with you today. Kim did a great job introducing me, so I think we can skip a lot of this stuff here because that's kind of just repeating that. But I'm also wearing the same shirt as this one. Same pose like that. One shirt. All right. Put it all together. But yeah, basically what happened is when I was working for my own nonprofit, it was a very small nonprofit in a shoestring budget. I was looking for grant writers to teach me how to write grants. It's like probably about 12 years ago now. And every grant writer had the same fee structure where they say, I'll come in, I'll write you a grant, I'm gonna collect my entire fee, and then best of luck, hope you get the grant, hope you make it worth your while. And when I came to Colorado, I decided I wanted to do something a little bit different. I wanted to work with the nonprofits. We still set a fee just like any grant writer, but what we do is we take a small part of that fee in the front end. The majority of our fee only comes due if the grant is successfully awarded to the nonprofit. So we actually share in the risk, and we're not a for-profit company guaranteeing our paycheck while you all are taking a risk. So that's just kind of how Arula works and how we've gained a lot of the experience that we have now. But to jump right into it, this is the most important tip I'm going to talk about today. This is the tip that everything else is going to be relating back to today, and it's just something to keep in mind, not only with just grant writing, but with your funders as a whole, and that's that funders are people. And what that means is that you might look at a grant proposal, and you might see it very much black and white and say, all right, we have this whole list of requirements we have to do, and you start plugging away at the requirements and feeding back the information that you need to feed back, and you're meeting all the requirements, but in the end, it's coming across very black and white in itself. You got to remember, you're writing this to an actual person, to an actual human being. You got to understand that that person, they're going to enjoy the article, the application that you're writing. They're going to be able to sit down and really be able to digest that easily and to understand your program. So understand that grantors are people, and also understand that relationships matter too here. So no grantor in the entire world will ever tell you that relationships matter. They're going to tell you that everyone has an equal opportunity, and to an extent they're correct, but we're all human beings. We all have people, organizations that we favor, that we really want to see succeed, and grantors are the same boat as that. And I can tell you a quick story on that. So actually, this is me going kind of over the top here, but it shows you an example of what is happening out there in this world. So I had a new client come to me. I'm brand new to Colorado, just started my company, and Quorum Prosthetics, who I still work with till this day, they're going after funding through OEDIT, which is the Office of Economic Development and National Trade. They have programs called the Advanced Industry Program, which if you're in one of these advanced industries, you get up to $250,000 for a for-profit company. So Quorum comes to me and they say, we want one of these grants. I'm like, great, let's get you one. So I'm brand new to this state right now. I'm trying to figure out more about this funding source. And I start looking up things about OEDIT, and I see that there's a person in charge of the program at the time. I'm like, all right, let's learn more about this person. Maybe I can make a connection with them. So I start doing some research online, and I find out that they're actually on the board of directors themselves of a nonprofit down in Denver. And that nonprofit's having an event coming up in 3 weeks. So I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna just go down to Denver and just see if I can meet this person face to face, right? So we start the application, we start getting ready, but in the meantime, I make plans to go down to Denver. And that day I go down there, I go to this nonprofit event, and that person goes up there and starts speaking. So I wait after the speech is done, I go over and I say, hey, look, I'm Alex Koenigsberg, it's great to meet you. I work with this company called Quorum Prosthetics. We need funding, do you have any ideas? She goes, well, funny you say that, I'm in charge of this program called the OEDIT AI program, and you should apply through that. So what that means now is that I have a warm lead in this program. So there's 2 benefits that really come out of this program for me now. One is I have a source, I have a contact here who, when I'm starting to bring the grant program, I'm asking a ton of questions. I'm asking them to help me through all these different processes, to understand what the grant review team is looking for, And I have a friendly person now that's invited me into this program, that's walking me through the whole thing and kind of getting a little more of a vested interest in my organization now. And two, although she's not on the grant review committee, she has influence with the committee. And again, funders are people. I know that this person, they've got kind of interest in me now. They invited me to come into it. They know a lot about my company just from the questions. Chances are behind closed doors, they weren't rooting against me, So there's probably some advantages that come out of that as well. Fast forward a couple of months, we end up getting the grant submitted. We end up getting awarded $250,000. And I don't know if it's because of that trip I made down there, but I do know it probably had at least a positive influence. Now, that's not to say that you all should be making trips down to Denver and meeting funders, because that's just over the top. And if you're doing, 2-3 grants a month, you're going to be just busy doing that all the time. But it does mean, though, that you need to make an effort to reach out to your funders. That could be, I think Art mentioned before, too, if you're having a big event, invite your funders to that event. I mean, we're all doing these events where we have a client testimonial, the client goes on stage, they tell a heartwarming story. What better place for your funders to be than in the seat watching that happen? The other thing I really like to do, too, is about 6 months out from the grant applicant deadline, we're actually making all these decisions. 6 months out, the grantors usually are a little bit less busy. They have some time off. I like to send a letter, some photos, just things of that nature to the grantor, and to simply say, this is what we're doing. We're not asking for money right now, but this is the great work we're doing. You need to know about it. And it's off season right now. They're a little more focused. They're a little less busy. And that's the kind of stuff that's going to stick with them in the next funding round. Even if you didn't get it last time, it increases your chances for next time. So tip number 2 is all about internal due dates. So if you've ever worked on a team, whether it be an internal team with like your finance person, your program coordinator, whatever it might be, and especially if you work with an external team, like if you're working with another nonprofit and a grant together, this is going to be a lifesaver. This is going to help you out so much. So show of hands, for anyone who's ever done a grant before, have you ever had a grant that was due at midnight and you're sitting there at 11:45 p.m. struggling to get something in right now? Because we've all been there. We've all absolutely been there. And you have to go back and look and say, did I actually get it in time? So that is terrible for your mental health, right? There's no reason we need to put ourselves through that. There's no reason we need to put our teams through that. We should not all be doing that. So if you set yourself an internal due date ahead of time, you're going to now have something else to focus on. And you don't have to be kind of being sneaky about this. You can tell your team, listen, this grant's going to be due on October 31st. From this point forward, we're going to act like the grant's due on October 24th. And I typically like to do about a week ahead of time. It gives me enough time to really be able to make adjustments I need to make, but also it gives the team enough time to apply for the grant within the cycle. So if you say it's about a week ahead of time, you start acting like that's now the due date. And you can take it pretty seriously up until it's the point where you'd have to be up to 11:45 that night trying to get it in. That's when you can say, all right, no, we can take October 25th now. We can deal with these problems then. We can kind of give ourselves a little bit of time, an extra room there. But there's no reason that any of us should be up that late at night trying to get it in. Obviously, the mental health part of it is a big reason why, but the other part, going back to tip number 1, grantors are people, right? Let's say that we're now the grant review team, and we're a small team, like a small family foundation, and we have money to give 9 applications, right? And we have 10 applications that come in, and they're all about equal and kind of quality and what they're trying to do. 9 of the applications came in a week before, 6 days before, 5 days before. The last application came in at 11:59 p.m. Now, knowing absolutely nothing else about organizations, what assumptions are you going to make about the one that came in at the very last second? It's not going to be positive. You're going to have some pretty bad assumptions, and you don't want to be putting yourself in that position. So just for the sake of your image as well, not your mental health, make sure you give yourself some extra time.
In that example, is there any benefit to submitting the grant application on October 1st so that you're one of the first you've seen?
I mean, we're talking about people's perceptions, so it's hard for me to say with a definitive answer there, but I personally don't think there's a huge difference between October 1st and October 25th. I just think that the really kind of negative connotations come out of the last second submittal, but anyone that was before that, like, with a few days prior especially, I think we'd be looking pretty good at that point. And also, if there's any questions throughout, feel free to interrupt.
Does that mean even if they say, like, doesn't matter where you submit it, we're only going to start reviewing them at this point in time after the application is closed, so it doesn't really matter? Do you think that maybe it still does matter because they're people too?
You're talking about like rolling deadlines or?
I'm talking about if they say the grant or the submittal is due between this window, right? But it says, it doesn't really matter. One specific grant I worked with said this, so it said it doesn't really matter when you submit it because we're not going to start reviewing anything until after it's closed anyways.
That might be an exception then. It seems like they're making a personal statement about that and they probably truly don't care. So that might be an exception to this rule. But again, we're all just talking about people's perceptions that we're making guesses at. So who knows really? But in the end, mental health alone, let's try to get in early. But yeah, Sam, if you have questions, comments, stories, anything throughout, feel free to interrupt. I definitely want to make this more of a back and forth discussion. So tip number 3 is all about keywords and language. So what that means is, again, let's put ourselves in the shoes of the grantor themselves. Let's say we're all a grant team, right? We're making a grant right now, we're a funding team, and we have this giant committee here that's going to get together and try to develop a funding program. So we start putting in all the work together, we start deciding we want to focus on, let's say, child abuse treatment and prevention. So through all that, we come up with all the different elements we want in RFP, the things that we want to see a nonprofit provide to us, and we want to see them actually provide to the clients. And in all of this, Kim decides, hey, I really want to see that we have people who are actually clients who are going to have representation in the leadership of this organization. That's something that's important to me. I want to make sure it's included. The rest of us say, okay, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Should we do that? So now all of us are now the nonprofits are applying for this funding source. We're going to go through this RFP. We're going to start writing our grant. We're going to start including all the relevant information and really doing a great job of making sure we have crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's. But all of a sudden, again, we're down to 10 or 9 applications that are going to be funded, 10 have submitted. And the last 2 that are kind of on the borderline now, organization number A or letter A, they sit there and say, well, we don't have any representation of clients on our leadership position, so we're just going to skip over that, pretend it doesn't exist. Organization B, they say, well, we don't have that right now either, but we recognize that's a key word that they put in there. We recognize they find that important. So while we don't have it, we're going to write into our application. We don't have this right now, and the reason being that some of our clients aren't to an age where they can do this, and legally in Colorado, you have to wait 2 years after they finish treatment to become leadership anyway. So we have a plan in place, though. We have candidates identified. So come like 2023, we're going to be able to put this in place, and we're taking it very seriously. Both organizations started off in the exact same spot, not having this element of their nonprofit. But organization B made an effort towards it. So now, with us as the grant review team looking forward, looking through the application, trying to figure out who to fund, when we get to that last 2 organizations, Kim is going to say, hey, I found this really, really important. And organization B said it. They said they're going to try it. So I'm now a cheerleader for organization B. And it makes a big difference to me to see that. That's the kind of stuff that's been happening behind the scenes with grantors. Because remember, grantors are people, tip number 1. So when you start looking at all the different applications that are out there and pulling the keywords, remember that there's a reason they're in there. It's not just one of 10,000 words you're looking through. People put a lot of time and effort into designing these application RFPs, and they want to make sure that we can kind of bring that information back forward and show that we're taking it seriously. Another tip with this we really like to do as well is oftentimes at the end of a grant application, there's a spot for more information or the end of the narrative or something like that. What we like to do, because people sometimes don't read very well, they don't pay a lot of attention, is we like to make it as obvious as possible and say, our nonprofit aligns with this funder based on these different areas. And then just regurgitate that same information they're looking for right back at them. So we align based on the fact that we have leadership, or we have clients represented in leadership. We align based on the fact that we serve this geography, whatever it might be, but just really spell it out so they couldn't be any more clear that you represent exactly the kind of program they want to fund. All right, so for this one, we've all applied for a job before, right? We've all used a cover letter at some point to apply for a job. What are some of the reasons? Why would you use a cover letter and not just submit a resume for anybody out there?
To show your specific interests or skills in that particular area of interest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it helps you come to life more than just a summary of bullet points of what you've done.
Definitely, yeah.
It's more personal.
More personal, yep, exactly. And all these, it's quick, to the point, it shows exactly what you're doing. And all these same points apply to a grant as well. I have worked with a bunch of different organizations in the past that have written their grant applications to read like a resume. You say, from 2016 to 2019, we helped these people, did this. 2019 to 2021, we did this. Again, grantors are people. The people who are getting the money, they don't want to read a resume. It's really boring. It doesn't give a complete picture. So when you're writing your grant application, think of it more as a cover letter. Think of it more as trying to sell your skills and what you bring to the table. Because when you have a certain number of nonprofits who are applying for the same funding sources, and they're all going after the same kind of, they're all providing the same kind of program, you want to find a way to really differentiate yourself and set yourself apart from the others. Another thing I like to do here too is to ask someone external from the organization to look over my application. I'm going to talk about this a little bit more later on for another purpose, but it's really good to have somebody just give you some feedback and say, hey, someone who has no kind of familiarity with my organization whatsoever, was this compelling to you? Do you care enough to read more, to learn more about this? And if they can give you an answer back and say, like, yeah, that makes sense. It makes me really care about the organization. And even if they're willing to give you a donation after reading it, then you just did your job really well. But the idea is to really differentiate yourself with some really kind of robust language that you're just not going to go see in other people's applications. This is one of my biggest pet peeves. I think probably a lot of people out there share the same sentiment here. How many times have you been reading something, whether it's like a scientific article or a news clipping, whatever it might be, and it's just filled with so many acronyms that it just interrupts your reading to the point where you can't even really keep moving forward. The same thing I see in grant applications all the time too. I've worked with so many different nonprofits where, and to a certain degree, you need them. I get that, but once you start filling the application up with too many acronyms, it becomes really hard to read. I personally, around 3 to maybe 4 acronyms is when I start having trouble remembering which ones are which. I don't know how everyone else feels about that, but once you hit like 3 or 4 like kind of brand new acronyms, not talking about ones that are familiar with FBI or something, but brand new things, that's when I start really having trouble. So just as a rule, think about yourself in the shoes of the grantor. Again, they're people, and they're gonna have the same trouble as you and I. There's some real disadvantages if you have too many acronyms. One of which is, of course, that they're going to struggle to actually go to read your application itself. The other one, though, is that even though they are going back and trying to decipher what the acronyms are, we're trying to create a story based on the last one we're talking about. We're trying to create a really compelling story for people to really care about what you're trying to do and to want to give you funding. If I have to interrupt that story constantly by going back to check an acronym, you can't have a good flow. You can't be a good storyteller if you're constantly being interrupted. It's like if someone's giving a speech up here and someone were to come into the door every 3 minutes and ask a question, I wouldn't be able to really get in a group and be able to communicate with all of you. It's the same thing with the application right here. So avoid acronyms as best you can. Occasionally they're necessary, but a lot of times I find that acronyms could easily be switched over by saying the program. Something that as simple as that. And the funder will know what you're talking about because you're probably asking for funding for just one program anyway. So rather than having your 5-letter acronyms, go with that. The same with jargon too. There's a lot of, especially scientific applications we've dealt with, that the jargon can just be completely out of control. And again, let's try to simplify that. A lot of funders are lay people for the kind of stuff you're trying to do. They're not gonna have the kind of level of knowledge and information that you do. So try to substitute out any major jargon for just simpler words. Again, call it things like the program and just make everyone's life much easier that way.
I do have a quick question on that.
Yeah.
With the jargon, especially if it's in the application itself, so they're describing it using its jargon and trying to tie those things together, do you find that that's then acceptable to use jargon a little bit more?
Definitely, because you're pulling the keywords at that point.
Yeah. Okay.
So you want to make sure you understand that their jargon's identified and that you're able to keep right up with that.
Okay.
So in that case, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I do. Yeah. So if an acronym is necessary, say you use it once or twice, and then you need to reference that again, and the program may not necessarily make sense. In that case, do you recommend like spelling out the acronyms, or what is another way to kind of like address that?
Spelling out the acronyms can be helpful. Oftentimes there are count limits for applications, so that can be a little bit challenging as well. So that's something that's easy to do. That's great. If not, again, I like just try to simplify it. My example from before of the program's an easy one. Okay. It might just be, so like again, we'll go with the child abuse example from before. One organization we work with has a child abuse treatment program, which they often shorten to CATP, which is obviously kind of an obscure acronym. you could easily say just like, victims of abuse, but they're not finding the victims. You could say the program, you could say, services offered, things of that nature, but just try to simplify it best you can.
Okay, great, thank you.
Anything else?
What if the reviewers are all PhD scientists in their field?
Then they jargon away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good point. So definitely know your audience, know your reviewers, and if you feel that they should understand that, then absolutely have at it. Cool. Any others? Cool. Tip number 6. So this is one that I think a lot of nonprofits don't really understand until after a few applications in, but if your funder has dedicated funds for whatever problem it is out there that you're trying to solve, chances are they at least have a base understanding of what the problem is, right? So if they understand, I'm going to keep using child abuse because that's just one that's on my mind right now. If they understand that child abuse is a problem here in America, you don't need to spend a ton of time telling them that's a problem because they already have funds out there. They're already trying to do something about it. There is oftentimes in an application a section for the need, in which case that is the spot to actually go to town and really try to explain what the problem is, how we can go about really trying to address that. But in the end, if they already have funds out there, they want to see what you're going to do about changing that. They already recognize the problem. They want to know how you're going to fix that. So spend the vast majority of your application, probably at least 70–80% of it in the whole, talking about what the kind of solutions are going to look like. Talking about why you're the best applicant out of all the applicants they're going to get to actually solve that problem and how you're going to go about doing so. Again, going back to tip number 1, funders being human beings, they don't want to be constantly scared about this whole application. They want to feel like you're empowering them to change the situation. They want to feel like you're going to make a difference in the world using their funds to do so. And when you look at ways that you can get funding, there's kind of 2 different kind of paths here. One is getting funding through fear-based kind of fundraising. The other one is through solutions-based. Fear-based can work. You can absolutely you see in politics a lot. You see a lot of different organizations or people that are able to fundraise being everything's going to hell. We're having so many problems in this world. You need to give. We need to solve this right now. And in the short term, that can work. You can get some funding from that, and we see it all the time. But the problem is you don't see sustained fundraising from that, because if you have the same organization coming to you every 6 months, every year, saying there's the same problem, the same scary kind of thing happening right now, and it's just as scary this year as it was last year, you're going to get burnt out on that. You're going to say, this is going nowhere. You're not actually doing anything to solve this. What is actually going to cause a change here? And we all want sustainable funding. We all want to see funding that can come back year after year after year. So if you go more in solution-based fundraising, and you say, hey, this is a problem. It was a problem last year. And because of our effort, we lowered that problem by 15%. And by next year, we hope to do another 20%. And your funding is going to help us to do that. That's the kind of stuff that a funder is going to really appreciate. And they want to get behind. And they're actually going to put their money behind as well. Are we doing time, Kim?
Oh, we're doing good.
Cool.
Another 15 minutes is it?
This one, it sounds self-serving. I promise it's not, and I'm going to explain to you why. So, and the reason it's not is because I'm going to explain to you how to get a grant writer and get help from a grant writer for very, very cheap. So, grant writers bring a lot to the table, obviously. We've all been doing it for a long time. We understand a lot of different things out there. Art casually dropped before the idea of 2 different fundraising, or 2 different kind of ways to explain the problem, outcomes and outputs. So if you are brand new to fundraising, you might not know it. Does everyone know what outcomes versus outputs are?
No.
I'm gonna go into that too then. All right, so an output is basically saying we have a program and we served 100 people. That's it, done, output. We don't really know what that means. We don't know what's behind that. Serving 100 people can mean that I can say this program right now has 30 people in the room. I could have been up here just talking about my dog. Like, it doesn't really mean anything. An outcome means that we served 100 people, 80 of which increased their grades, 60 of which went to college, 40 of which went to get a new job, something along those lines. So that's one of the big things in fundraising right now is grantors want to know about outcomes versus outputs. And that's one of those obscure things that if you're brand new to grant writing, you're not going to know that, obviously, because why would you? So if you hire an experienced grant writer, you can ask a grant writer to come on a very short-term basis. And the way I look at it is we all have funding in our budget for going out there and getting education, continuing education, for workshops, things of that nature. Why not put some of that continuing education towards a grant writer? And what you can do is you can have yourself, maybe one of your colleagues, follow along in the whole grant writing process. You can learn about their whole process, how they identify grants, how they go about kind of the application process, and just learn the whole time off them. And then pick like a really good comprehensive grant, like the Colorado Common Grant is a good one that has a ton of information in it. You can really learn a lot from that. Have the grant writer write that with you, teach you and your colleague really everything there is to know about that. And then basically at the end of that, you've now gotten Grant Writing 101 just from someone that's dedicated to your organization, doing it towards your programs and helping you understand exactly what you're doing. The best thing about this is your Grant Writing 101 costs, that's not an application that might get funded at many, many times what you spend anyway. So if nothing else, it's kind of a gamble on top of actually learning where you can actually get the money right back. Yes.
What organization did you just mention, Colorado something?
The Colorado Common Grant. So what that is the state of Colorado had a kind of consortium of a few different funders that got together and said, grant writing is complicated. We all have very, very different applications. Let's try to standardize this into one application. So that way people can just write one and they can apply across the board to all of our different organizations. So just when it comes to ROI and bang for your buck, having the Colorado Common Grant on hand is a really helpful thing. In theory, that's what they did. In practice, it's a little bit convoluted still because each one of them still has specialized requirements outside of that. So you're still doing a little bit of work and it's not completely standardized, but it is a good, very comprehensive grant that has a ton of information in it. And if you're gonna ask for grant writer to write one for you, I definitely recommend that. Bohemian's another good comprehensive grant, but Bohemian Foundation. Bohemian.
Okay.
Tax Writers Organization. They're another good comprehensive one, but they're also a lot of very unique information that no other funders really ask for. So the Colorado Common Grant would be the one I'd definitely recommend. But yeah, so just kind of use it as an opportunity to really better understand grants and to get a better picture of, you know, what it is that you need to know as an applicant. The other thing that can come out of this too is most any grant writer out there is going to have access to grant writing or grant searching software. Another quick side tip as well is a grant searching software called Foundation Directory Online is available for free to any of you. The only caveat is you have to be here in the library or the downtown library, any Larimer County library, and then you can get access to that software. But it is completely free to use.
What was the name? Yeah.
Foundation Directory Online, FDO. So what's that? What you're going to do is you're going to come to the library and you're going to go onto the library resources page and you look for the nonprofit section. And then the resources there, you're going to look under, what would it be, grant searching software, Shannon? Grant making software. And that's where you see FDO on there. So any of the librarians here should be able to help you find that as well. You do have to be present in the library to actually find it.
Can I just share a resource?
Yeah.
So I came from the performing arts sector to the community sector. So when I started as a development director, I was like, okay, I know nothing. But nonprofitready.org has a lot of it's all free, a lot of great resources. If you're new to your positions or your nonprofit is new, there's a lot of help. And I feel like working with a grant writer, if you know a little bit, it's gonna make the job easier for them too.
What was
nonprofitready.org. It's gonna help them write you a better grant too. And at that resource, you can learn a little bit about grant writing, but gives you some information.
Yeah.
And
I
then
love
just one more time, what was FDO?
Foundation Directory Online. Yeah. Another tip that I'm thinking about right now is if you want to purchase another grant writing software that you can have at home, there's an organization called TechSoup. Is everyone familiar with TechSoup here? Yeah. Okay. For those of you who aren't, TechSoup.com is .com or .org, but search it in Google.
How do you spell it?
TechSoup. .org. Thank you. So this is actually a nonprofit in itself, and what they do is they work with a ton of different organizations out there: Microsoft, Google, Adobe. And
QuickBooks, you can get QuickBooks for $75 a year.
QuickBooks.
A year.
And what they do is they negotiate really, really discounted rates, like Kim was saying with QuickBooks, where you can actually get these rates for only nonprofits for significantly cheaper. What you have to do ahead of time is you have to submit your nonprofit information, I think your EIN, and just prove that you are a nonprofit. And then after that, you're free to log in to download software at a very, very discounted rate. And I believe they still have GrantStation online right
I was
now.
gonna
They
ask
just-
if you knew grants.
They just offered
Yeah.
it for $99.
It's
Yeah, that's only
$70
for the-
right now.
Is it 70?
Yeah, this was the other day when I looked at
Okay.
it. Yeah.
And you can also buy laptops and things like that too. I mean, they have tech equipment and it's really extraordinary.
That was gonna be my question actually about the TechSoup emails I kept getting about Grant Station. I didn't go into it. Is that searching database or is it an actual like, almost like an Asana, like project management where it works you through grants and things like that?
More the former.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's more,
just searching database.
it's pretty
It's like
robust.
$800 or something, like when it's not on sale.
It sucks. It's a lot. So yeah, it's worth going on there checking out. It's at least worth going on there and registering and getting a nonprofit ready because there's gonna be something that's gonna come up and it's gonna come in handy for you.
I will say Grant Station, I used it for my nonprofit, and we signed up for like $100, like last year, and then we just signed up again. The 20th and the 21st, it was $100, but they give you specials throughout the year. But anyway, there's a lot of nonprofits out there, a lot of foundations, they don't have a website, they don't have a phone number, it's a PO box. They just want to keep a very low profile, I guess, and there's a lot of money out there that you just can't find online because they don't have a website. But they're willing to take your application rolling throughout the years. Some of these foundations, there's one I found, it has a base of like 30 million. They give away 2 million a year, but you have to write a paper letter to this PO box.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, there's just other resources out there.
You
that
found
have it all.
that information in Grant Station?
Mhm, I found about, I would say, I made a spreadsheet, I would say I found 25 nonprofits. Some do have websites,
Sure.
but you know, when you just Google nonprofits for horses or whatever, it's like 7 pages down. I mean, it's, Grant Station just brings it all together. And you can look at government grants, nonprofit grants, grants that are international, national grants that are specific to Colorado. It's really good. I really like Grant Station.
Absolutely. So I'm gonna go off another tangent on based on that too. So a lot of those foundations that you see that are nothing but a PO box, they're frankly, in my opinion, shell corporations. So, yeah, more or less. So, and a lot of them will be registered out of Delaware, you'll see too, honestly. So what happens with foundations is essentially whatever the assets of the foundation are, that foundation is required to give back 5% of the assets year after year, right? So that's a requirement to make sure that foundations are recycling through money, they're not just hoarding it and like they're doing something with it. The problem with that 5% rule, there's very, very little regulation about what is actually spending that money. So you could have your administrative expenses, your operational expenses be included in the 5%. If you have a foundation that's nothing but a PO box, there's probably not a whole lot of administration going on. So if I'm the executive director of this foundation, I could have my office, I could have my company car, I could have my traveling to go check out nonprofits. All of that could be under the 5% giving that a foundation does. So foundations have a lot of tricky things that come with them. And a lot of those ones that are trying to keep a while, they do have kind of a little more nefarious things going on behind the scenes, just to give you an idea. So if you do write to one, you get nothing back. Reason why is probably because they're not actually interested in giving back, which is very unfortunate with the way that foundations work in this country. One other thing, like kind of tangent here, is you mentioned before that TechSoup has computer equipment for discounted. It is a great resource for that. Another one that's actually Governor Polis has a big pull behind. He's been a big influence in this. Is a website and company called PCs for People, like PCS FOR People. And they're based out of Minnesota, but they have a Denver office. That's the one that Polis is behind. And again, it's one of those things that you register as a nonprofit and you can discount computer equipment, software, some other things as well. But you're talking about a lot of refurbished computers that would normally be $600-700, like 16 gigabytes of RAM, like really good computers for like $200-300. So it's a good way to just get really discounted office equipment that you normally wouldn't be able to achieve as a nonprofit.
Another good local resource is CSU's Surplus Depot. I think some departments like just get rid of their computers after like 5 years. So if you need any kind of workstation, they have some pretty good deals.
Yes.
That's about the lifetime or so.
Yeah, I think that's why I love going to that store too, because everything's just so cheap there.
Yes.
I'd like to change the subject.
Yes. You don't want discounted computers? This is a great way to talk about discounted computers.
No, we'll be buying some of those. So we've done some talk amongst our board about our ability to get grants and what our calling card would be for grant funders. And we've kind of started toying with the idea of collaborative grant writing. So can you say anything about that? If that's a, no, we don't want to do that, or yeah, that's a great way to go, or?
Definitely more the latter. It is a fantastic way to go. A lot of funders really love the idea of two different organizations coming together to collaborate on a project. The reason for which is a few different things. One is that grantors are really concerned about sustainability. It's just like an investment you have in a company. You want to make sure that company keeps going on and on. It's a good investment for you. They want to make sure this project goes on and on. If you have two different organizations, or 3 or 4, and they're all working together, if one of them has disaster hit and they fold, chances are the project can still go on. So grantors see a lot of value in having a collaborative kind of project there. And it's just the resources that you can bring to the table as well, both in the writing process, when you're actually writing the grant, 2 different organizations that can either help kind of collaborate on it, share the cost of the grant writer, provide information that needs to be provided, write narratives, all of that's going to be easier. And then to the life of the project as well. If you have another organization you're working with, you can really get a kind of a project together that you both understand your roles really well and you're both working really in synergistic ways, it's going to make the project go much easier as well. So huge advocate of them, not enough nonprofits do them. And also it kind of helps to eliminate the silo problem that we have, especially in Fort Collins, where we see a lot of nonprofits where this one over here is doing the project and this one over here is doing the exact same project. And it makes a lot more sense for them to be combining forces, combining administrative costs, combining everything, but they don't. They stay 2 different projects, 2 different nonprofits. So collaborating is I'm a huge fan of that. We can see a lot more of that.
So having said all of that, is there some place that we could go to find other nonprofits who are looking to collaborate?
That's a good question. We have some networking events, and Kim, I might ask you for some advice on this as well if you have any, but we have some networking events in town that are pretty nonprofit focused. Like I know Sharing and Caring through the Matthews House is a weekly networking event for nonprofits. We used to have one in this room, unfortunately. Sarah Scobie is librarian, but those have gone by the wayside.
She retired.
Yeah.
And then COVID.
Yeah.
She was amazing. It was a lot.
We all miss Sarah.
Yeah.
The Chamber of Commerce does have a pretty robust nonprofit group, and they are represented at some of the meetings, but do you know any really good nonprofit focused?
No, and I think one of the things that's actually happening in town is a couple of us, Alex is involved in things, he's introduced me to people, I'm involved in some things, and we're trying to start connecting each other with kind of resources and then starting to create things. This is the first of something we're looking to create ongoing, but I really do think that there's a place for that, for nonprofits to collaborate and just connect and share. And so I really believe that that's going to be happening. It's just kind of in process. We're talking with the chamber. There's things that go on at the Lyric that Maya's doing.
Talk about the Lyric, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway.
So the Lyric's a really good one. So Maya at the Lyric, she's fantastic. And what they're doing is a monthly event through the Lyric itself, where it could be anything from just like a networking thing to we have upcoming right now what would you call it, a film festival, a nonprofit film festival, where basically we're going to partner different filmmakers with nonprofits and have them work together to create a film, like an advertisement for the nonprofit. We do these volunteer matches where twice a year we have nonprofits sign up. We have a whole bunch of volunteers in the room, and we give the nonprofits a chance to talk to the room and be matched afterwards based on who wants to volunteer with the nonprofit. Then we do something similar to Shark Tank as well, where you have some funders sitting in the room. The nonprofits go on stage and they can actually pitch to the funders and ask for funding for a certain project or event. So keep the Lyric on your radar, try to sign up for their newsletter. It's a fantastic resource, and Maya's really kicking butt at trying to focus on nonprofits right now.
This advice for grant writing, how much of it applies to for-profit businesses? So I'm trying to start a for-profit business that deals with affordable housing, trying to reduce the affordable housing shortage. So the goal of the business aligns with some things that other nonprofits are focused on, but it's not a nonprofit that I've created. Are there grants out there for that kind of thing? Or is this really all specific to official nonprofit entities?
So the presentation was designed with nonprofits in mind, as being part of the nonprofit track today, for sure. A lot of the advice is applicable. So I started off my first story talking about going down to Denver and meeting that person, and that was for the for-profit company for a for-profit grant. So
I don't know if that was a one-off thing or if that was common in your mind.
That was a one-off thing for the most part. We do try to have relationships, but that was when I went the most over the top with it, for sure.
No, I didn't know if that was a one-off thing that you were working with a for-profit company.
Oh, no, we work with for-profits. We just worked recently with Bordick Watch Company, got them a $250,000 grant through it. We've worked with Delta Brick down in the mountains, I forgot the exact town, but somewhere in the mountains. So yeah, we do work with a lot of for-profits as well. That is my agency in particular. But there is for-profit grants out there. They're a lot trickier to get. A lot of times when I'm working with a for-profit, and I've actually talked to John about this before, is to partner with a nonprofit based on what you're trying to do. And if you can find a nonprofit that can go for the grant funding, your for-profit can then sell your product or service to the nonprofit, who can then use the grant funding to pay for it. So there's ways, a nonprofit's gonna have to pay for a lot of these services anyways, why not be with your for-profit company? So there's ways to have them work in conjunction that are still ethical and still really work that to kind of get your project moving forward.
Can you talk about federal versus state versus county, bohemian?
Yep.
Like how different, and I'm frustrated with the federal grant process.
Yep.
How would you apply that to your state?
Federal sucks. There is a wide range of federal grants out there. So I've had some federal grants that were not completely pulling out your hair terrible, and we were able to get them, and we were able to, get reimbursed and have it all work out. For the most part, I'm not gonna lie, we don't really try to do too much of the way federal, just because there is so many strings attached to it. There are organizations out there that specifically work with organizations to do federal grants. So I know of a couple. If you're ever interested in going after some major federal dollars, I can make that introduction. We try to avoid it for the most part, which means that a rule we go state and downwards. So state is still a little bit convoluted. There's still a little bit of over the top kind of requirements, and especially the reporting and everything. But usually when it's written by the state, it's in a way that actually can make sense. You can decipher it, use a layperson can actually understand what they're asking for, and to give an application that makes sense for that. Once you get down to county and to different kind of fund-making organizations like Bohemian, those kind of grantors, that's when you're dealing with more real people, which tip number one is when it really starts to make sense there. So I really like working at that level the best, because that's when you actually can even meet the people that you're going to be getting funding from. You can really kind of understand what they're looking for. They're much more straightforward with what they're looking for. So I'm a bigger fan sticking at that level, especially for the smaller nonprofits. If you want to go for federal funding, be prepared for it. It's going to be a process.
I had a question regarding outcomes and reporting those on grants. We just did a new online survey, and we asked questions on a basic 1 to 10 stars.
Yep.
Rather than just say, did you benefit, but where would you rate yourself on a scale?
Perfect.
Our grant writer chose to be able to say from, if they answered 6 to 10, that was a yes, and 1 to 5 a no.
Okay.
Would you have any other recommendations? If you looked at that data, what would your say?
I'd have to understand a lot more about the program and everything, but it seems sound to me. It makes sense what they're going for, so I'm not against it. Especially if you have to decipher what you have into a yes or no, then you got to do the best you can. The only thing I'd recommend is that you do say somewhere in the narrative exactly what you did and how you translated it, so they understand where you're coming from.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
What if we're brand new? We don't have outcomes yet.
That is a very common problem. My best advice is the best day to start working on them besides yesterday is today. So let's sit down sometime. I'm saying that kind of, just like in theory, but like I would sit down with whoever you were going to be working with in grant writing and say, we need to be able to apply for this, this, and that. What do we need to really be in that kind of position to apply for those? And that's when you start designing the outcomes, knowing like the application kind of challenges that are in your future. So start designing them ASAP.
I wonder if you could think about the gap that you are trying to feed into. Like there's many people that need these services in this community. So this could potentially be the people that we're serving, but we need your help to get there. I think knowing that number, maybe.
There's definitely something there without a doubt, and we have applied for some grants knowing that we don't have the outcomes that they're looking for, and knowing that we're completely without that. Typically, yes, I would definitely rely on like kind of talking about the need a little bit more. I'd also rely on talking about what we're going to do to actually get to the point where we have outcomes, talking about how we have this in place, we're gonna be working on it, we're gonna measure it through the next year. We could also use some funding for designing these outcomes. Some funders are willing to help you, give you $5,000, $10,000 to design the outcomes to get that program in place. So there is means of getting around that for sure. But in the end, like every nonprofit should be thinking about that from day one, in my opinion. It's gonna be one of the most important things.
Earlier, someone said that if you haven't been in business for 18 to 24 months, that it's really hard to get a grant. Is it worth applying for grants if you've only been around a year?
I always hate putting like any kind of arbitrary timeline on it because I've seen some nonprofits be 6 months in and kicking butt. They've got their outcomes figured out. They're already have a program in place. They've already met some of their initial outcomes, and they can very much get funding. So I think it's more about where you are in your stage of development as a nonprofit rather than a kind of timeline itself. That should kind of decide whether you should or shouldn't go for grants. Also, there are grants out there for startup nonprofits to help you kind of design some of these different features. Those are a little bit few and far between, but they do exist out there, and that would be something to be available to anybody, no matter what stage they're at.
When I was looking at one, I couldn't even apply for it because they're we only give money to nonprofits that have a budget over, it was like 75,000. I'm like,
yeah,
we're new. Are those who feed the animals, and so we don't have a budget, and it was tough because I was like, how are we supposed to get going if you say I need $75,000 to begin with?
Yeah.
Independently wealthy springs to mind, but hey.
Makes it a lot easier.
I think my understanding is that in often cases, the grantors want to see that you're sustainable outside of them.
Right.
And so that if you have that rapport or budget and years of track, then they can know that their project and their money is going to make an impact, and you're going to handle that money.
You're not just gonna
It's
fold
just,
it.
I can't show you that if I don't have the chance to show you that. It's like credit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I think you're dead on that explanation. That's exactly why. And the best you can do if they do have a hard requirement like that is just file it away. When you hit $75,000, let's revisit that one and try it then. I do see a lot less of that recently. When I first started writing grants, a decade ago, I saw a lot more of arbitrary kind of income requirements or time requirements. You have to be a nonprofit for 2-3 years. I think funders are starting to understand how ridiculous it is to have these requirements.
The Secretary of State should figure that out too.
We'll talk to Jenna.
5 years to do a raffle? Come on.
I have thoughts on that.
That kills
I have thoughts on that. I actually have thought about going through the requirements to become a verified nonprofit raffle person.
I had so much money that could have been made, and I couldn't do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird requirements like that. So that's the kind of stuff. Talk to Jenna. Yeah, for sure.
Let's bring her in.
Where was I going with that? But yeah, all in all, there are a lot of requirements, but we're seeing, I think, a lot of funders start really thinking outside the box. Bill Gates, the CoCo Foundation, a few others got together, and they kind of created a best practices kind of document a few years back. And of course, being some of the biggest funders in America, that's resonated down to other ones. I think we're starting to see some positive change from that as well. So hopefully we'll keep seeing more positive change. If you want, I can tell you my whole rant for another business I have, which is going to hopefully change this, but that's definitely an outside the session kind of thing. Yeah, I think I have 1 minute left. Is there any last question? Cool. I think that is it for my presentation. Yeah, there's my information. I have business cards in the back table. If anybody wants to continue the conversation, talk about their specific project or nonprofit or for-profit, be happy to do that. And yeah, thank you, Kim, for inviting me today.
Yeah, great. Well, no, nonprofit leaders, fundraising, and grant writing is always one of our biggest challenges. So we have one more exciting presentation left for us today. You guys are going to get a 10-minute break. We actually have two more things I just want to share with you before you leave the room today. That we have our nonprofit founders panel, and I'll introduce them when they get ready to come up here. So, and then at 4:30 we have the networking event at the Canvas Stadium, New Belgium Port. It's not at Canvas Credit Union, and it's not at New Belgium Brewery. It is at the Canvas Stadium, New Belgium Port at 4:30. We're gonna have a sign. Phil's gonna be there early with the sign, so nonprofit leaders can come and hopefully we'll have a gathering place that we can all connect there. It's free food and drink. Please register if you can.
What's the parking situation?
Shit.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I saw hands up in the back there.
I noticed you guys were recording. Are you posting those online or something that?
That's a great question. Nick's here. Nick, someone asked about the recordings. How are they gonna be able to access these? Magically. Here, just like your fun, just like your money.
So they will both, all of the sessions will be segmented and then put on here. That's
great. 10-minute break. We'll all come back and you're our nonprofit founders.
Get it somewhere else.
I briefly touched on it, but I didn't talk about it. Kim kind of mentioned in the beginning, so I didn't want to switch. All right, yeah. But yeah. Sure, okay. Okay. Tell me more about your group. What is it that you do? Oh, yeah. Do you care?
We have coffee and cinnamon rolls, everybody.
Interesting, that's fun. I love it. And I was thinking more I've seen organizations that love taking things as well, like kind of like, the software works, kind of like showing me the speed between breaking through good things. So I love that conversation.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
great.
All right, cool.
I'll send you an email, like I said, I haven't used it for a couple weeks, but.
Works out. Go to Texas tomorrow.
Okay, yeah.
Awesome, Margaret. This is
Yes.
yeah. How's it going?
Good. I just have a kind of a weird question to ask you. I hope this doesn't put you on the spot. Well, you know, I'm Lori, and I'm with FoCo, and this is Cherry. We're the nonprofits, community access media. Are you the Alex that just unsubscribed from our mailing list? Okay, because there was an Alex.
I don't know.
Well, I was just gonna ask you if you put your back on. Well, I just wondered if there's some reason why, if you didn't like the emails, or if it just was offensive or something.
Certainly not offensive, I remember that. I just get so much more my father's mind that's trying to free, honestly, so.
I would like to develop a relationship.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, we need you to teach us how to this filling out the call grant.
And as far as the collaboration question, I mean, I don't know what the best, well, I'm just here.
Yeah, we've been trying to.
But this is what we do. We have been developing videos. And offering them discounts on that video work, because we had a grant.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Where did you say these recordings were going to be available?
On our YouTube channel.
And we want to do that.
Founding
again.
FoCo's
Oh,
YouTube
we're
channel.
sounding.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Sure, okay.
So yeah, so that is what we do is, and I'm thinking of
And it's
collaborating.
professional, it's not
Oh,
the,
yes.
it's not the Wayne and Garth.
Wait.
level.
No,
It's
it's
professional. These are
not.
professional videographers that we contract with, and we pay them full price. We can charge the
I love that.
nonprofit 50% and full funding grant.
Somebody just did our too much discounted work, I love that.
Well, and we don't gain exposure. It's just basic.
So anyhow, we.
Let's have a meeting with us and Maya for their time. And also, you can all have like meetings, us talk about fundraising as well,
Yes.
so let's do both those.
Okay, well, thank you. I just, like I said, I didn't want to put you on the spot, but I did want to make sure that we haven't done something.
I
I'm sorry, I wouldn't think personally.
Okay, all right, then I will. It's all right if I add you. You can keep it subscribed. Who's faster? Can I get the next one out before he ends? The audience. All right, thanks, Alex.
Quick question for you. So, is that, I mean, I've really tried to apply for grants, I haven't really gotten that far to look at it, but it's been on my mind. Is that hard? And how, I mean, you're talking about like Colorado, organizations and stuff. How do you find grants for international?
Definitely different. I'm not saying it's hard or easy, it's different. So, so for the software as a grant station or foundation directly, we're gonna be option for international grants. So certain funders that say we're going to international, certain funders that we're international in these countries. There's a lot of kind of grants. Are you global or are you in certain countries?
Well, the intent is to be global. Right now, we're working in Thailand and Uganda.
So yeah, I would say that's that would be look at some of these different softwares, see what's out there for time kind of specifically, since that's where you have clients, you have results that you share with them. And then if that's looking good, you have a few applications with them. Also, there's going to be different organizations that are based out of Thailand that are based out of other countries. And you don't have to look necessarily at US grants, there's some grants that are international as well. If we've already got a basis there and what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
So there's different paths there. I would probably focus on a few of them more on the US grants that support internationally, just because you're not coming in as an outsider, you're coming in as, someone very much eligible. If you're hiring a given organization and you as a United States address and everything, our clients are going to be like, I don't know about that. So getting connects some people. So I'd probably be my focusing on US-based organizations that go internationally. So I'm looking for grants there. The other thing too is that you're not seeing a lot of luck there. Sometimes just grab full grant programs, not going after grants, instead just start looking at fundraising. So looking at corporate sponsorships, looking at individual donors, things like that. With our ROI there, to get those grants. So,
I turn this off, and then we're done with it.
don't commit 100% to it.
Yeah.
That's kind of my advice.
Basically.
Is it okay? So we're not quite at a year yet, and really, not even slow to get started later on. But we do have results that happen before we actually integrate it. It's kind of a thing, you're doing something with you, and then you decide to come with a nonprofit. It's up to you. If it was things that I was personally involved in as the founder of the enterprise.
I think yes.
No, thank you for coming.
She's the result of that, and that's all there's to it. And we did that.
Grab one of these spots here.
Yeah.
Last year we did.
That's how there's questions. Well, good. You can do it, they're up right here. I have them up on my computer.
When it was leading, it seems like it's. It is our reason.
Doing that work anyway, so.
Talk about 3 and 5. Okay. 3 is, what is your biggest mistake?
Oh, the list was so long.
And 5, would you tell that naive dreamer about the journey? Those are the things that. All right, why don't you guys wouldn't mind, we'll just grab whatever seat you're.
So he was in person.
And yes, I'm Sarah.
I'm
Sarah. Nice to meet you as well.
And your mom.
Nice to meet you. Well, I feel like it's all very like, oh, she's moved, there's emails. Yeah, like I know you work with our team, and all over that, right?
Yes, yes.
I would.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be
Because we
great.
do the kids' homework.
All right.
See yourself on the live stream.
Zoom, yeah, exactly.
All right, everyone.
We should send.
Jamal, you are a panelist.
I never said I wasn't.
You just aren't the moderator.
There we go.
Ah, you were leading me astray.
All right, everyone, let's gather together. Many of you don't know, this is Nick Armstrong. He is the organizer of this entire event.
Hello.
All week long here. How many sessions are you doing, Nick, all week?
60 this week.
60 sessions of this, so welcome. This is the nonprofit track of Founded in FoCo, formerly Fort Collins Startup Week. This is our fourth session of the day. I'm Kim Fisher. I started the day with how to start a nonprofit, all the paperwork and everything you have to do to establish that. Then we had Art Pavoso, Third Sector Enterprises, who talked about board development. We had Alex Hunberg of Arula Consulting talking about grant tips and tricks. Now we have our amazing pinnacle of our day here. We have these extraordinary 4 nonprofit founders, all founded in FoCo, and they're all in different stages of their organization. So we know they're really going to be a great encouragement for you today as you just learn and you get to ask them all kinds of different questions. I've got questions listed that I'm going to be asking them, and we want to obviously keep it moving somewhat because we want to make sure everyone gets a chance to share. So normally our sessions are 15 minutes long, but because this is our last session of the day, we're going to go ahead and go until 4 o'clock. So we've got plenty of time to talk, and our hard stop is 4:15 because we want to get over to the networking event over at Canvas Stadium. If you haven't heard about that yet, the New Belgium Porch at Canvas Stadium. I've gotten better at that the whole day. It's been confusing. I keep saying it's not New Belgium Brewery, it's not Canvas Credit Union, it's the Canvas Stadium, the New Belgium Porch. So without further ado, I'm just going to introduce them by name, and then we'll go from there. And their stories will come out as they share today. So first of all, we have Hannah Doreen Brown with Sound Effects Music. And then we have, I think it'd be helpful if you guys wouldn't mind sharing your annual budget. I didn't ask you about that in advance, just so people kind of know where you're standing. Would you share, when did you start and what's your annual budget?
Yeah, we officially started programming in 2020, which was a particular year to start anything. But we and have kind of grown now to the point of the sort of 150 to 200 mark.
Okay. Cindy Luzinski, Dementia Together.
We started as a volunteer initiative in 2015, became a nonprofit in 2017, and our budget last year was $373,000.
Okay. And I have Jamal Skinner, Cultural Enrichment Center of Fort Collins.
We started as well in 2020. Very strange summer of 2020. We've grown. Our budget is ranging now between 150 and 200.
And Sarah Swanty, Animal Friends Alliance.
Yeah, we started in 2006, so I feel very old right now. Our budget this year is $3.8 million is our operating budget.
Excellent. Like I said, we've got some great, and again, you guys, so our first question is actually going to be about the origin story. So you guys will get to hear how each one of these founders, kind of I shared with you what your vision was, why you jumped into this crazy journey, and kind of got you to where you are now, just the story around that. So why don't you start, Cindy, since you're here?
Since I'm closest to you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, as I said, we started as a volunteer initiative. Dementia Friendly Communities of Northern Colorado was our name. But the reason I started the nonprofit was because my dad was diagnosed with dementia, and I learned a whole lot on our journey together, and I wanted to share that with other people here. And so
We have become somewhat of an in the meantime organization. We're not focused on the cure for various causes of dementia. We're focused on in the meantime, how do people care well? Because when people care well, people living with dementia can live well. And so we provide education, life enrichment, and hope. And we do that through cultivating joy through our enrichment programming, through education that is different than most other people teach. We teach it from a different slant based on the contented dementia approach over in England. And we really do help people live well. And that's actually our vision, is that living well with dementia is the expect, not the exception.
So why don't you tell us a
2
little bit
minutes?
more about, so again, so we have a lot of, I don't know if we have, do we have anyone who's not actually started their nonprofit yet in this room? Who has not started a nonprofit yet? Okay, so everyone in this room has already got an organization or already close
there's
to it.
one.
There we go. Excellent, no worries, no worries. And that's the question, if are we really a nonprofit or not, we're not making any money yet. So that's always our challenge. So why don't you just talk a little bit too, Cindy, about the dynamic of how you came on staff, how you were able to pay yourself, then kind of the staffing that you've brought on, just a little bit about that.
Yeah, when you go from a volunteer initiative, no one's getting paid. So yeah, my husband said I had it perfected. I was a no profit for quite a while.
I'm sure no one understands that in this room.
And it took the board eventually in 2019, like 2 years after we became a nonprofit, to say, Cindy, you need to get paid. And that was a hard thing because I loved what I did and I was following my passion and I don't need to be paid. And now I look back and it's like, yeah, that was actually the right move, because once I got to get paid, then it's like, oh, this does make sense. We need to actually, if we want it sustainable, now we need to bring on other staff members. So we currently have 3.5 FTEs to do what we do. And we serve, last year we served 1,630 people, one time and repeat types of services.
And what about consulting?
We do one-on-one consults with.
So I meant with your team.
With our team. Oh, okay. So we do one-on-one consults. But we contracted for grant writing. We contracted for somebody to help with our bookkeeping, for just building a board. We still contract for development, for like marketing, social media, and that kind of thing. What else do we contract for? Payroll. Stuff that I don't like is what we contract for.
Yeah, so one by one you moved to the, I worked with Cindy for a number of years, so I'm kind of feeding her information as I happen to know some of the stories. But I think it's a good part of the story. Yeah, I did finance work for several years.
What was the first thing you contracted for?
Strategy.
Yep.
And that was a very wise investment. That's probably one of the best things we did, because that really helps you see beyond what your little passion is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So how big is your board?
11.
Okay. So I think we're going to end with you. I think that'll be good to kind of finish, because you've got the capital campaign stuff and all kinds of other things you'll be able to share. So okay, let's do that. All right. So Hannah.
Yeah. So our nonprofit is Sound Effects Music. So we are an arts organization, and we bring professional level music and musicians and artists into senior care spaces, isolated older adults, and any of the kind of more underserved, especially residential communities in northern Colorado. So that includes nursing homes, skilled living, skilled nursing, memory care. And that has branched off into some different areas as well, day programming for adults, and a lot of different community partners. But the kind of impetus was when I, as a musician, wanted to be doing meaningful work. I really, had a push for a moment of saying, can I perform in this setting? This feels really good for me. This population, needs music, and what does that look like? So I spent a couple of years in 2017, 18, 19, trying to make that my full-time work as a musician, and kind of stacking up performances in Greeley and then in Loveland and then in Fort Collins and kind of started down in Denver actually. But doing that work, it just, a lot of things became clear in those settings, just how kind of underserved some of the settings can be, how isolated some of the adults can be, and how things like arts programming really go to the wayside in terms of time spent and admin and finances in facilities. And so it just became really clear that everyone involved in the equation might need support in order to get the level of, you know, social engagement and the health benefits of music into some of these spaces, which is where sound effects sort of came from. Was, you know, they need an external support system, they need administrative assistance, financial assistance, and the artists, you know, the quality and the level of performers and the variety and the number of times that music is in the building can all be amplified if we're able to support our artists both financially and administratively. And so when we approached Partnership for Age-Friendly Communities, a different nonprofit, in 2019 about being an incubated program of theirs. So we kind of had this, we had sort of a slower, kind of more gradual start into being able to pilot programming and have them as a fiscal sponsor and an incubator and a mentor as we kind of got the idea off the ground before we actually went full nonprofit status for ourselves. And that was a neat progression.
Mm-hmm. So some of the questions that I asked Cindy, talk about any consulting that you've brought on, staff that you've been able to bring in, kind of what that process has been for you.
Yeah, so for us, I mean, it was interesting to both be that sort of one figure with a mind for everything that was going on, but at the same time be starting off by working and contracting with a lot of musicians. So for a little while, it was really, you know, me with some passionate volunteer kind of service, and then, you know, building a stable of, at the start, you know, maybe 50 artists pretty soon, not right off the bat. So we were contracting with a lot of folks and setting up the systems to be able to contract with the arts world. And then it really wasn't until we were forming our board and going to file our 1023 that we even contracted with anyone outside of myself. And that was, I think, legal services in order to make sure that we had everything in order for 1023. And that was hugely helpful. And since then, we've added one employee, one part-time employee other than myself this year. And that was a really neat milestone to just start to build out of that one-person show model that I think a lot of us are familiar with.
Yeah. Have you utilized any other consulting for finance or board?
We do, yeah. And so, so since then, yeah, we have consulted for CPA services. Our board is a really neat, engaged group who also lend their services, including talent buying, professional level music talent buying and marketing, accounting, and other pieces of the puzzle. And so while we have done some consulting, we also have benefited from a lot of passionate board members too.
And how big is your board?
8.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Jamal Skinner. I'm the founder and executive director of the Cultural Enrichment Center. We're located here in Fort Collins. How to tell our story? I think I'll start with the why more than what we do first. In the spring or late early summer of 2020, in the wake of the George Floyd murder, I thought I needed to do a little more in this community. I've lived off and on in Fort Collins since 1996. I'm born and raised in New York. So I've lived here a long time to see the city develop to what it is in 2022. This is a personal reason for me starting the nonprofit that I started. My mother passed in 2019. A great friend of mine's mother passed in 2020. It was within a week of the anniversary of my mother's death. We both grew up in the same neighborhood in New York. We both live in Colorado. So serendipity hits, and I drove from his house in Colorado Springs back to Fort Collins and thought that, well, I wasn't thought, I was told by these women that I needed to create a space for what our nonprofit serves, which is youth, middle school, and high school who identify with being Black and African American in Fort Collins, mainly in the Front Range, but specifically we've been serving mainly Fort Collins, a little bit of Loveland and Wellington. So I proceeded that June to create a website within 4 days of thinking of it, taking donations within the first 2 weeks. And by that September, we got our 501c3 status, became a nonprofit. We began taking donations and I began writing for grants ever since. I know what the one person show looks like. I've pretty much took 2 weeks of no sleep, creating the mission statement, the purpose, the goal, making all the community connections I could possibly make from living here in Fort Collins for as long as I have, and writing all of our grants up until 2 weeks ago was the last grant I wrote. Our programming is based around giving first these youth a safe, brave space. Based on the demographics of Fort Collins, a lot of times these youth don't feel fully connected, whether in school or to the community. That is a reality. So I decided to create this space. We have programming that ranges from social emotional learning to fly fishing to music production, video production. We have a solar energy class, sustainable living class. We're building a solar greenhouse here in town. So we have a wide range of programming. I thought from the beginning to put all of this on the plate for them and let them sort of pick and choose the things they are wanting to connect with, hopefully to give them an opportunity to connect more to this community and vice versa for the community to connect to them. Sometimes specific marginalized groups need this sort of thing in order to connect to a greater community. So I've been at this work since, I would say, yes, June of 2020. And like you, I finally was told that I needed to get paid. So last April was the first time I was paid to do this work. I spent a lot of my own savings to make sure this was sustainable within the first 1.5 or 2 years. And that is the story of the Cultural Enrichment Center.
And so, same question, consultants, other staffing, and board size.
Okay, so board size, I originally started with 5 of us on our board. I chose right off the gate, out of the gate, I had no real knowledge of a nonprofit, how it runs. I'd been involved in growing up, I guess, in community centers similar to what I was trying to create in New York. So they were nonprofits themselves. I chose 4 people I truly trust with my life, 4 men I grew up with since I was a baby that I know would hold me accountable for anything that I was doing. Then I have added 3 board members within the last year and looking for 2 more we're looking to add after the new year in order to move somehow. Consulting, no, we haven't fully. I think actually I met with someone from your organization, Kate Reiner, and I'm planning on getting back to it. It's been a hectic summer, but I have not sought any full-on consulting. I have gone the route of trying to find others to help write grants, and I'm just very different. What I have found is of the grant writers I have met with, besides your group, have all come to me and said, yes, I've written grants for years, and then it's me answering 95% of their questions when I know the story better than they do. So why would I pay someone to write? And we've been fortunate. We've been extremely fortunate. I think I've probably received, and it's a wild number, about 70, I think when we did the number, 73% of the grants I've written for I've gotten. So I know the story well enough, I can tell the story. But I would like to get to a point this year of handing some of that off. I think you asked employees or things like that.
Yeah, kind of the same thing.
This summer was the first time we hired a part-time worker for us. I do have volunteers who come in and work that teach the programming as well as come into our space. But we also we're after school program, but it also run through the summer. So this summer got a little hectic, the one person show where I'm the bus driver and everything else. So I had to hire someone to sort of help me along. It was a lot to let go of some of it, but I'm learning.
We do a seminar for letting go for nonprofit and mental health. I've been a chief executive of international nonprofit. I know it well, the sleepless nights and the doing everything. So all the heroes in this room and up here. All right, Sarah, share the same.
Yeah, so much of what they've said has resonated very strongly with me. So let's see, in 2004, I was going to CSU, getting my bachelor's in zoology with my eye on veterinary school. I'd loved animals my whole life. I wanted to be a veterinarian. That's what you do if you love animals, is you become a veterinarian. And I started volunteering for another animal welfare group that was in the community at the time. And I'd been working in veterinary hospitals at that point for several years. And I was astounded to find out how many homeless animals there were in the United States and how many of those animals died in shelters every year. So in 2004, that was about 6 million dogs and cats entering shelters every year and about 3 million coming back out. So 50% of animals that entered shelters were euthanized because the pet overpopulation crisis was so bad. And being an animal lover and working in veterinary hospitals, it just blew my mind. I had no idea. And it changed my entire life because it was all I could think about was these animals that I'd loved so much. You know, my dog was my best friend as a child growing up, and just to think how many ended up in shelters unwanted every year, puppies, kittens, I mean, everything, right? Because nobody wanted them and because people were not being responsible with that privilege of having these family members. And so that was how I got started. I would lie in bed thinking about this, and I couldn't sleep, and I would wake up and I would bake dog treats until late in the night, and then I would take them to work at the vet clinic I worked at and have them, you know, dog treats for a donation, asking our clients bringing their animals into our veterinary clinic to leave a donation for these dog treats that I had baked myself. But it was just all I could think about, and I just kept thinking, this can't be right. Nobody wants this, right? I mean, our cats and our dogs are part of our family. That's how it is for most people, and they bring us so much joy. And why is this okay? And why do more people not know about this? And at the time, in Larimer County, in particular, the situation for cats was much more dire than it was for dogs. And so the euthanasia rate in Larimer County for cats was about 60%, which meant that every 10 cats that went into the shelter, only 4 of them were going to get adopted. And so a good friend of mine and I, at this point, the organization I was volunteering for had taken in some cats, really didn't know how to care for cats, and was looking at not doing the cat thing anymore. And they were going to go to the Humane Society. And I knew what was going to happen to them if they went to the Humane Society. And it wasn't the Humane Society's fault, right? It's all these years that I've been in the business. Now I know it's a community problem. It's not a shelter problem. So I was 25 years old, and I said to my friend, "Do you want to start a cat rescue?" And she's like, "Okay." And neither of us, you know, really knew what we were doing. We had never taken a business class, and but that was the start of Fort Collins Cat Rescue. So if you're familiar with Fort Collins Cat Rescue, I co-founded Fort Collins Cat Rescue and Spay Neuter Clinic 16 years ago. And we started out in 400 square feet in a strip mall in Mulberry and Timberline, where we still exist to some capacity. And it was an unpaid volunteer gig for quite a while that we did this. And pretty quickly, we realized 2 things. 1, we had a huge problem in our community, which we kind of already knew. And 2, there were a lot of people like us that wanted it to change. And so about 6 months into our journey, starting the cat rescue, we opened the first low-cost spay neuter clinic in our community, because really the root of the problem was that people could not afford to get their cats spayed and neutered. And that was really what started moving the needle on the animal welfare issue in our community, was opening the first low-cost spay neuter clinic, subsidized, if you will, grants and donations help pay for that, and really focusing on at-risk animals, so animals living in communities with fewer resources, feral cats, outdoor cats that don't really have an owner, focusing on those populations. And our clinics serve dogs as well. And as we continue to move on, we continue to really put a lot of effort into adding programs that helped stop pet overpopulation versus trying to get more animals into our shelter and adopted out. So we expanded our clinics to start offering low-cost vaccination clinics along with other preventative measures. We opened a pet food pantry that we feed over 1,000 animals out of every year. We started a community cat program where we TNR over 1,000 animals every year. And then the most recent thing, which some of you may be aware of, is in 2020, the cat rescue merged with Animal House Rescue and Grooming and became Animal Friends Alliance. So actually went through a merger right before the pandemic. It was really great timing. So at this point, scale-wise, we have 60 staff members. We help 13,000 animals a year through our various programs. A lot of people are always really interested in the sheltering and adoptions part. That's about 3,600 adoptions we do every year, dogs and cats. And we have 900 volunteers, approximately. There's always that kind of flow as people come and go. And I mentioned our budget's $3.8 million. Next year, it will be a little over $4 million. We're getting ready to finish our new shelter. So we launched a capital campaign also in 2020 during the pandemic to expand our animal shelter at our Taft Hill campus. We've got a 5-acre property on North Taft Hill Road that housed where Animal House's dog shelter was prior to the merger. And what we're doing is we've added about 8,000 square feet to that property of shelter space. We're moving our cats from Mulberry and Timberline to there, but we're maintaining both campuses. So we're going to have a sheltering and adoptions campus and a community pet resource. So our community pet resources will continue to offer our community veterinary services that are subsidized low cost, our pet food pantry, and our community cat program. And then folks that are looking to add a cat or dog to their family or having to relinquish for some reason would be visiting our Taft Hill campus. So that's actually coming up very quickly. We're moving into our new building probably the week of Thanksgiving. And that was a $2.8 million capital campaign, and we were able to fully fund that capital campaign.
Wow.
Which is amazing. Yeah, board of directors, we have 12 board members. Julie's one of them. I think we have 12 currently. Consultants, gosh, I was thinking about this. We haven't used a lot. We've been incredibly fortunate in having a lot of community members over the years provide those types of services for free. We did used to contract out our payroll and our audit bookkeeping. Well, to a degree, I did a lot of the bookkeeping early on, and that CPA helped us get our 501c3 status at no charge. So she did all the paperwork, and we got our 501c3 status in 2007. We've hired Art Pavoso a few times. So if you saw Art, if you got to listen to Art speak earlier, I met him probably in 2008 maybe, and just immediately just loved his energy and the wisdom that he brought. And so a few times over the years, we've hired him to help with training our board on how to fundraise and what's the role of a board member in a nonprofit organization. And actually when Allie Eccleston, who was a co-founder of Animal House, and I first started talking about merging, Art was one of the very first people I reached out to, and we ended up hiring Art to help us consult through that the beginning process of a capital campaign, and even just figuring out whether the merger was a good idea for our two organizations or not. Yeah, so we've seen some incredible things happen. When I started the cat rescue, like I mentioned, the euthanasia rate for cats was really bad, and it wasn't great for dogs either. And that's changed dramatically in our community. There are very few homeless dogs in our community. Most of the dogs that you would see at Larimer Humane Society or Animal Friends Alliance come from other states, actually. Most of our dogs transfer in from Texas, California, Kansas, Nebraska. People in Northern Colorado love their dogs. We're very educated pet owners. They're part of our family. So that's been an amazing transition to see. And quite a lot of our kittens these days come from other shelters where they would be euthanized. When I started the cat rescue, we had a waiting list of people wanting to surrender litters of kittens because their cat had a litter and it was their 4th litter. And by now you've given every family member and every friend at least 1 kitten, and we're out of places to like get rid of these kittens. And again, those low-cost spay neuter services just made such a difference. But we used to have kittens abandoned on our doorstep at the cat rescue. I'd show up for work in the morning and, oh good, there's a cat carrier full of kittens on the mailbox. So we don't really see that anymore. Most of the local kittens that come into our shelter are ones we've gone out and trapped through our community cat program. So incredible things that are happening in Northern Colorado. We've really become something for other communities to strive to when it comes to the pet overpopulation crisis, because we've done an amazing job, and we have quite a few animal welfare organizations that work fantastically together, have really strong partnerships, and are trying to really, everyone's using their strengths, you know, as they best can. We're being careful not to duplicate services and those sorts of things. So we have a great relationship with the Armor Humane Society, where we work pretty closely with Northern Colorado Friends of Feral. So, but it's been a journey. It's been a 16-year-long journey for sure to get to this point. Yeah.
We're all feeling encouraged by each of these stories, before they started. So now the question is, we like to talk about additional successes. So we'll start with Cindy again. We've heard from her. Tell us about one of your biggest breakthroughs. It could be program, it could be finances, it could be staffing, it could be just something that was really critical in moving you to a different space in the organization.
I think our biggest breakthrough was the very beginning of the pandemic, in that we were very quick to do our pivot from online education, online enrichment programming, from in-person to online. And at the same time, then we took the name Dementia Friendly Communities of Northern Colorado. and we talked to our people who said, you need to rename your organization, it's way too long. And they chose what the name would be. And they said, what you do is you walk with us through this journey. Dementia Together needs to be the name. And we kind of, you know, we're a little bit resistant, even to change the logo, but that was the best thing we could have done. It really just helped us be really clear on our messaging, and that our mission stayed the same, that no one has to walk the dementia journey alone. So pretty much everything we do, if it's not helping people not walk that journey alone, we're not going to do it. So we're not all things to all people. We're like, okay, if this helps the people living with dementia live well, the care partners care well, the professionals be more satisfied with their roles, that they can learn real simple strategies, then we'll do it. But if not, we don't. So I think our clarifying our messaging during the pandemic and changing our name and our logo, I think that was the best thing we could have done.
You said that you were doing more in person. Has that changed since the pandemic?
So now we're back doing in person, but we had to keep the online stuff, because with dementia too, as life needs to simplify, there's a lot of people that are like, oh, we still can come to memory cafes. Now we just come online weekly. We used to just do in-person monthly. Now we do monthly in-person and our weekly online support group, education, and life enrichment. So we're doing both now, which is, again, causing us to surely need more resources to meet the need. And the need is out there. And that's part of the frustration, is like, oh, we can't even begin to touch the need as we see it growing. And I think the challenge is avoid mission drift, stick with what you do and do it well, and then not despise small beginnings. That we can celebrate the little victories too.
I think all nonprofits do struggle with that. Who are we? What do we do? It takes a while for us to figure that out. So, Jamal, why don't you answer next?
Small victories? Is that what we're
Your biggest breakthroughs.
I'm joking.
Okay.
We're going to be here all day.
I was like,
So I think what our audience wants to hear is, kind of what was something that was a significant shift that just kind of opened things up for you?
I've got it. I was just
teasing.
Joke, yeah. Two things. One, when we started to kind of piggyback off that about the virtual thing. We started in the midst of the pandemic. So that fall of the school year, I'm sure if you have children, I know people that have had children, it was difficult. So we came into things where it was a small space to begin with. My vision was initially based on pandemic that we could only serve 10 youth and keep things kind of safe after school. So we were in a small space. It was maybe about, with all the small rooms, you know, cut up into their pieces, maybe about 1,100 square feet. Really main area, maybe 250 to 300 square feet where we could convene. And we began to grow. I was watching the growth of taking on more students, just accepting applications, not wanting to turn any kid away. We got to a point last, I would say, Christmas break, where I was, again, the sleepless nights, thinking we needed to move. I could see it on the kids' faces, and it was stressful to me because I was like, my goodness, commercial real estate in Fort Collins is not kind. It's definitely not kind to nonprofits, unfortunately. Hopefully something we can change in the future. But for me, that was a big move for us, and it was finding a new space. So we moved from Linden Street downtown, which was an awesome place to be. We moved to Midtown, which also opened us up to other, I didn't realize it until I heard from other parents who filled out applications, that because we were so far away from the south side of town, it opened us up to the possibility of more participants. This also led back again to a problem last summer, was transportation. There was a lot of single mothers, a lot of people who work till 5, 6 o'clock, can't necessarily get their kids to the program after school. So our second biggest thing was finding a way to purchase transportation for the kids, which I, again, then was the bus driver after school every day last year. So those two things have definitely opened up a lot more possibilities. They were great accomplishments. It seems like something small, but they were great accomplishments, because I know even just the transportation during the school year and the summer, how much it helped. And it wasn't me, it's not me saying that, it is the actual parents and caregivers who said that. And having a bigger space, we're now in approximately about 3,200, 3,300 square feet. So now we can bring in more of the community into our space and provide other programs that connect, which is what we've been doing.
Where are you guys located in Midtown?
We're right in kind of, you know, where the car toys area is, in Midtown there.
Do you have volunteers that come and help with like the after-school programs?
I do. So
And then what's the vetting? Because I might have a couple friends that.
the vetting process for volunteers,
Yeah.
we do a background check. I personally meet every volunteer, and we obviously do a background check before anyone comes into the space. But mainly it's just having bodies. Really, summertime, it's more about having bodies, because I had at the max 32 kids this past summer. So it's a lot. But after school, we're about 15 to 18 kids. But yeah, there's an application on our website for volunteers as well.
What I'd like to do is move forward and then take some more questions at the end as we get there. So thanks for being. I know we've got lots of questions for all of our, and of course, all of our presenters can be available. Hopefully you guys will write your emails up there or something too. So I think what I love about Jamal's story is they talking about physical space. It's that risk when you're looking at your budget. What do? Do you hire somebody? Do you pay a consultant? Do you expand your space? And for Jamal's organization, it's that risk. And the reality is that we know it's a whole nother seminar in itself about finance and nonprofits. But the reality is most of us start the year with a stretched budget. If you're not having a stretched budget, you're not going to grow. And I have seen in my years of being a chief executive, my years of consulting, how it just seems to work out, doesn't it? It's frightening half the time. I had a lot of sleepless nights, but somehow it seems to work out, that stretch. I jokingly say, because with Cindy, she's like, no, we have to balance it. No, Cindy, we don't. But I think that's where I love about it's a great opportunity to talk about that.
And it was, and just for 10 seconds, that is really where I was at. It was fear of moving forward based on, are we going to find money to make sure we can be sustained in this place? If we sign a lease, I know it's going to be anywhere from 3 to 5 years. can we do it? And I would just suggest anyone, I think once I got over that hump of the fear, it took me about a week. I didn't have any doubt that it would work. And of course, it was a lot of other things involved. I mean, I found a space that I worked a deal that I would do more of the renovation in the space. So again, putting in lights, floor, everything is what it takes. But it's worked. And now I'm really excited that I didn't stop myself from doing it.
Yeah, you got the space you needed, at least for now. We'd be excited to hear you next year talking about the bigger space you've had to get because of.
Hopefully, yeah.
That's a good transition. Let's go to Sarah then next and just share the same thing. What's your biggest shift in the organization for you?
Yeah, definitely the merger in 2020. So we started, Allie and I started talking about that in 2018. Allie was looking at moving on from Animal House, and they were going to be looking to hire a new executive director. And we got together and talked. We had a lot of similar philosophies. We had a lot of overlap in volunteers, some staff overlap. We were about the same age organization-wise. And we realized that we were paying for a lot of the same things. And that wasn't necessary if it was a good match for us to merge, right? You're paying for 2 executive directors, you're paying for 2 bookkeepers, you're paying to file 2 990s every year, you're paying for all these different memberships. So we're both doing that and spending all this money. And we realized that if we came together, that money could be going towards growing our programs, better compensating our staff members, and ultimately helping more animals. And not only that, the other, the fundraising piece, we're asking the same businesses to sponsor our events every year. We were asking the same people to come to our events every year. And we just thought, wow, what if we merge and our events have more people in attendance, but our overhead just shrunk because it's the same event and we can raise more money. And so we spent 1.5 years, the 2 of us and our 2 boards, working on this idea and ultimately deciding to merge. And there were very difficult moments during this process. There were people that didn't want us to merge. There were cat people, there were dog people. They did not get along. There were bird people that didn't want the cats with the dogs. I mean, it was like, whoo. There were people that were very married to Fort Collins Cat Rescue, were very married to Animal House personally, had been with the organization for a long time, and they didn't like this transition necessarily, a new name, new branding. It was very personal to them. We worked through it though, and Allie and I think our board members believed the whole time, we're gonna help more animals. If we do this, it's gonna be hard, and we are going to lose some people along the way, but we are going to help more animals. And that is why we're here. And we really held firm to that, even though I will not lie, there were a couple times where I thought, oh, this is the first idea I've had yet. And we stuck through it. And what was amazing is, despite the pandemic hitting and other challenges that has happened, we have helped more animals. Animal House in 2019 was on track to do about 650 dog adoptions. And in 2020, we adopted out over 1,000 dogs. So by bringing our resources together, which included the people, the money, the assets, we did it. We helped more cats through our community cat program in 2020 than we'd ever helped before. And we saw that again last year in 2021. We surpassed our dog adoption numbers again. We surpassed the number of cats helped through our community cat program again. So that was definitely the biggest breakthrough. Our fundraising events have been amazing. We've had so many people rally for Animal Friends Alliance and the mission and vision and what we're trying to do. And so, yeah, huge breakthrough. And it was really scary. A lot of times it was, and you have to work through that fear. And if you truly believe, this is the next step to do more, to help more, to touch more lives, you'll be surprised at what will happen. Yeah, so.
All right, Anna, let's have you answer the same question.
Yeah, I think our biggest breakthrough, I would say, kind of came in the form of, sometime last year in 2021, after sort of navigating our startup in 2020, I feel like there was kind of a moment where, for us, a lot of our participants are, our 3 kind of core participants are the residents in facilities, the musicians we work with, and then the facilities themselves and the sort of staff and networks that support the residents. And I think that there was kind of a moment last year where instead of drawing from all of the relationships that we kind of started out with and our sort of pilot version of things, there was kind of a moment where there kind of became ownership of the program outside of us, a little bit, because there were facilities reaching out to us suddenly because they had heard of us, and musicians reaching out to us instead of kind of always the other way around. And I think that that was a really big turning point because it helped me to focus in on that sort of community ownership element again that I think, often rightly so, funders kind of focus in on like, who are your constituents and what do they want? Okay, we hear what you want and why you started, but like, are you listening to the people that you're trying to serve? And where do they come into the puzzle? And so I think being able to open up to that moment where there were people that we didn't know who were coming to us and trying to find out how sound effects could be in their facilities or how they could participate and seeing why they wanted to do that, I think was something that's continued to shape our programs now in a major way.
Okay, so here's always an important question to ask anyone you're looking for mentorship from. What is one of your biggest mistakes? If someone says, oh, I haven't made any. Well, we've all been the journey long enough there, but let's start with Hannah this time.
Sure. Yeah, I think this was a pretty like isolated incident and kind of a small one in some ways, but it was a huge learning and humbling moment for me. I think, going into the world and really wanting to work meaningfully and build really trusting relationships with facilities and artists and connect people and all of that, like really warm-hearted feelings. There was one instance where we started to contract with a musician who didn't live in Colorado, who really had, ultimately looking back, I think some really red flags in terms of just starting to working with a stranger and not drawing from that pool of people that we knew. And, I think in any business at all, this is kind of that balance of, how do you set up your systems to allow for bringing people in, and then also to keep up your quality control and all of these elements. So we had this moment that kind of snowballed with a certain artist who, ended up kind of teaching me a lot of lessons in this moment. So involving, how to kind of manage our finances in a way that we have everything in order, and that we are also being able to like try our artists out in front of folks before committing to full-on long relationships with artists or connecting them with each other. And, it really kind of ended up in this, again, humbling sort of messy place where I was luckily able to work with our board member who is a professional talent buyer and start to learn. It was nice in that moment to reach out and be like, oh, right, this is why these systems are in place. This is why, you do these things before you work with someone. And here's like how to navigate really difficult personal situations that might arise. So, that was actually a huge piece for me in terms of deciding how we move forward with integrity and who we are working with.
And that's the dynamic of management, managing staff, managing volunteers. How do you release them? Board members, all of that. That's a whole great conversation there. Cindy, choose. Sure.
I think one of my many mistakes was not trusting my gut in terms of our vision was, if we're walking alongside people living with dementia, we need to do it in a way that it doesn't cost them anything. They're not going to worry about calling us if they can't. What if I can't afford consultation or education or coming to these events? And we trialed charging for classes at one point, and it felt so awful initially, and I was like, why am I listening to somebody telling me, well, they're not going to find value in it unless they have to pay a little bit? And I think that is not true. People do find value in things that they don't have to pay for, knowing that someone else is going to pay for them, either through grants or private donations or corporate sponsorships. And so I made that mistake recently again with a new contracted worker who's trying to help us get more corporate sponsorships for our work. They have great ideas. They're being helpful. They just didn't quite know our people. And our idea that we never, ever want cost to be a barrier to finding connection and support. Period. Even for the professionals. And so when anybody asks us to do any kind of education, we're like, yeah, we're there. And then they find value, and then they want to be a sponsor corporately. But I tried to follow, well, let's try these new guidelines with one organization. And it was that same thing. Like, I didn't pay attention to my own gut reaction of, no, offer it and then see if they want to be a sponsor. And so I was like, well, here's our corporate sponsorship packet. Well, duh. I mean, to them, they don't know what we teach and how it's different and how it makes a difference for your staff and all of that. And I think I don't know if I burned bridges, but I think I offended somebody, and surely didn't mean to. And I don't think we gave them the service value that we can give them because I put, let's create a corporate sponsorship relationship versus let me show you what the value we add to you first before I'd ever even ask you to be a corporate sponsor. So that's a more recent good lesson to learn. And to stick with, man, if your values are you never want cost to be a barrier to finding support, then that's for everybody who comes to you. So that's it.
Sarah.
I have two, but I'll be quick.
Okay.
I would say that my first one was when I started the cat rescue all those years ago with a friend, and I was much younger and inexperienced. I was coming from a place of judgment in running my organization, and there's no space for that when you're running a nonprofit. So I had a lot of anger about people that were relinquishing their animals, people that didn't get their pets spayed or neutered, the shelter that was euthanizing animals. And now that I've done this for so many years and had so many more experiences, you realize that you can't judge anyone. You don't know what anyone's story is or what anyone is going through, and you will never successfully be able to help provide resources, move the needle, make a difference if you're judging other people. So that was one of my biggest takeaways, and I have some stories, specific stories of that I'm not going to share right now, but if anyone wants to hear. And then I would say that the other one is, and I think a lot of leaders struggle with this initially, is making the mistake of trying to be the best at everything. And what did you call it? Not letting go. Trusting other people to be a part of it and to bring value. And it is okay if other people are better at things than you are. And that was something I had to learn. I wanted to be the best at everything, right? Well, in the organization. And as I started to let go and go, they are better at this than me, and I'm going to let them do it. My God, I became a better leader, and we became a stronger organization, and I earned more trust. So those would be my two biggest mistakes early on in my leadership, having to learn those things.
I had a fantastic boss in my early 20s, and he taught me that, and I've used it throughout my whole career, is that when you delegate, sometimes people will do it better than you, sometimes they won't. Often they will almost always do it differently than you, and that's okay. And I think that is a hard thing for all of us as leaders to realize it. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you don't bring a person in, and somebody does fall through the cracks, but
that's okay.
That's not true. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Jamal.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. My mistakes were from the beginning, and I didn't realize it until, fully connect to it until I would say about a year into a year and a half, because we started as a nonprofit in the fall on paper and went through that fiscal year into another year. So it's finances. Finding an accountant early, if I would have had one early, would have definitely stopped me from losing my mind as far as trying to handle all of the finances myself. Our first full year. So I would say that was definitely my biggest mistake. It's been a blessing to have someone handling that where we meet, twice a month sometimes. And then hiring someone early summer to do the admin work, to also connect with the accountant. So that, taking all of that off my plate I was able to breathe, like really breathe this summer. And actually, the first time I took a vacation in 2.5 years. So it was definitely well needed. But I would say that those two things, if you can afford it or find someone, and I have someone who's very affordable, if anyone's looking, to find that first, because as you're saying, trying to think I have no problem with relinquishing things. Humility I'm all about it. Like, please take this off my plate. So I've been giving a lot away.
You did teach the seminar on that.
I was protective of certain things, but not that I felt like I could do it better than someone else. That's why I run one program in the nonprofit. But finding someone you trust to handle your finances is huge, because getting your budget and keeping those things in order is crucial for writing for grants and everything moving forward.
So I do have 2 more questions. We only have 4 minutes left. So I'm going to ask you guys just to answer quickly in that. So what funding source most fueled your growth? Was there something specific that you did that made a change? And Hannah, why don't you start?
Yeah, I would say grant funding for us, absolutely, because neat that we have kind of an earned income source by any contributions that the facilities can make toward our programs. And that gives us a little bit of a flexibility and some diverse funding, but being able to plug those grant funds in the moment where I went from no's to yeses in the grant area was, I think, yeah, absolutely central and crucial to gaining flexibility and being able to afford administrative elements of our programs.
All right, Sarah.
We are fortunate in that we have some service fees, like our clinic, all the low cost and free programs, some of it is paid for, but I'll stick mostly to the fundraising side. And I would say when we were smaller, really focusing on growing that monthly giving program. A small amount that people can give every single month. And when you get enough people giving that will pay for a lot of your operations. And that's something that, though now we have more fundraisers and we get larger grants and we are starting to receive planned gifts, that monthly giving program, we've got several hundred people that are a part of that. That makes a big difference. And most people can give $5, $10 a month.
I'm going to echo that. Yes. We started first. That was our way of, my goal was if I can get 1,000 people in the city of Fort Collins to just give $5 a month, we would at that time be able to pay our rent, bills, whatever, just those basic things. So finding those continued monthly donors is huge. We didn't reach the 1,000 mark yet, but then moving on to the grants and finding specific, if you have a very focused program or whatever organization you're doing, really doing the research for months and finding those grants that are focused in that area, even if it's something that you missed that year, to make sure you go back and get it the following year and really to chase it. And for us, that was the second. This last bit has been family foundations that I've been searching out and found a couple too last year that at least will sustain us. They're going to give for 4 to 6 years. So you know that money is guaranteed to be there every year. So that takes a heck of a weight off. So.
All right, Cindy.
We were initially mostly funded with grants, but as individual families have been involved with us now, it's the individual donors that are our biggest support.
Okay. Our last question for our panel here. So again, we'll answer this one quickly. Looking back, what would be the one thing you can tell the dreamers out here about the journey? Whatever you want to share with them. Mr. Why don't you start?
I'll be quick. Don't have any doubt and don't fear. That's it. Really, I think that's it.
All right, Hannah.
Yeah, I'll rapid fire do 2. One being, I think, leaning into the really fun elements of getting to wear so many hats and learn so many new things in the process of starting something like this is actually like a real joy. And then also that, to echo what we said before, that asking people who know how to do what you think will serve your mission and getting to share that with other folks. And it is probably the second thing.
Right, Sarah.
I will say something I tell my staff all the time because they are full of big, great ideas, and I tell them, shoot for the moon, but do it in baby steps.
All right, and Cindy, stop us, Cindy.
I'm big into mantras, so there's a few that come to mind. One is to make your passion your purpose. You need to make excellence your standard. And it doesn't always mean that you have to be the best in the world. And so we talk about, but let's be our best for the world. And that's the most we can do. And then there's a guy named Frederick Buechner who died last month, but he talks about your calling is where your greatest passion meets the world's, where your deepest passion meets the world's greatest need. And that's your calling. And when I think about the word passion, the idea that comes to mind for me is that it actually comes from the Latin word that means to suffer. So I think if you're going to follow your passion, you have to ask yourself, what are you willing to suffer for?
That is a fantastic way to end. I don't know. If you guys have been here when I was talking about how to start a nonprofit, that's a thing. And not all of us are all a bit weird, don't you think? Not many people are weird people, but obviously I'm one of you and love to be around all of the nonprofits I do. So anyway, but there's certainly what drives us, what makes us do these crazy things that we do. And I love that. So what I'd like to do now, if you guys wouldn't mind, since we have a eraser and a marker there, if you guys could get up, and your email address is on there for people to contact you if they wanted to. And this is a great time to ask questions. And Nick, I didn't ask permission about this. I didn't realize you'd be sitting here and having this thing here, but we were gonna do a few questions. Is that gonna be okay, or do you need us out of here right now?
I do not need you out of here, but what you could do for me is to leave 20 chairs when you're finished and have 3 tables, just like that picture right there. Sorry, right here on this wall.
Okay.
But other than that, you're free to hang out until the library folks take you out.
We were gonna stop at 4:15, everyone. Phil's gonna take off and get everyone ready for the networking event. We're gonna stop at 4:15 at the latest. And then maybe someone or 2 people can help stay and help me figure all that out. So, all right, you guys can have some time now to ask questions of these amazing, heroic nonprofit founders.
Also, definitely take some Seminoles.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Nick, for, yes. Nick's got a question. This other Nick's got a question.
Sarah, I'm curious how you funded that $2.8 million
Oh my
capital.
gosh, we worked really, really hard.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna say what everyone's thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we did a study first. We surveyed our donors to make sure we even had the support. And starting out, this was a $2 million capital campaign, and it evolved to a $2.8 million capital campaign. So we felt kind of confident we could raise $2 million. It was going to be a stretch, and actually we raised $2 million, and then we just got stuck. But how we got to the $2 million, we asked and we got large gifts. We had a $600,000 lead gift, so that helped. That's why we started a pandemic year. No one should start a capital campaign during a pandemic. It's a horrible idea. However, we had a donor that said, we'll give you $600,000 if you do it now. So that was the catalyst. And after that, we got some $100,000 gifts and a lot of gifts smaller than that, down to $5. We were doing restaurant fundraisers where restaurants were donating 10%, but we kind of stalled out at $2 million. We have great naming opportunities, right? For this much money, you get a plaque on a cat colony room where adoptable cats are. For this much, you get this and that. We kind of stalled out, and then I ended up reaching out to a family foundation that had given to us previously, and had asked the year before, and they said, not now, now's not a good time. And I asked again, and they gave us the remaining amount, $805,000 actually. And this family was so passionate about the work and we were going to take out a loan for the remaining amount. We basically had said the loan was ready, it was lined up. We thought for sure we're taking out a loan. And And amazingly, yeah, so they gave us an $805,000 gift.
And do you think
They did
that-
not want us to have to take a loan out. They did not want money to go towards interest and
Yeah.
loan payments instead of animals.
Do you think that without,
They want nothing.
Wow.
They want nothing.
do you think that without that initial 600,000, it would have been hard? Obviously, yes, it just would have been hard, but would have been still even doable?
We would not have done it in 2020 without
Got
that.
it.
That's
Yeah.
for sure.
So you would have just waited anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Because when we talked about the merger initially, we knew at some point we wanted to build at that site. It just makes sense. We did not think it would happen the same year that the merger ended up happening, that we would start the capital campaign. And I will never forget talking to Art Cavoso, who was like, well, if anyone can do it in a pandemic time, it's an animal welfare organization because people love animals, right? And like, so, and yeah, interestingly, he was right. We did it. It was hard though. And sleepless nights for sure. Anxiety attacks. Fear of letting the organization down, fear of letting down all my staff members and volunteers and the animals. I mean, my goodness, what a load to carry. So that gift, when they called me and told me that they were giving us that gift, I sobbed on the phone. I just sobbed. So grateful. Yeah.
Well done.
Thanks.
Tyler, can you give us some examples of some of the performances you do and what they look like and kind of how that all looks?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so, some of the things that we really focus in on are that kind of quality, quantity, variety, and personalization. So because a lot of the facilities tend to maybe rely on volunteer musicians or solo musicians, we really like to bring in full bands in all different kinds of styles and really challenge some of the stereotypes of, music for these people, and try to address individuals' interests. So we have a lot of different kinds of bands, rock bands, pop, jazz, bluegrass, just any kind of style and really musicians who are passionate about it. But we also do focus in on the best element. So we also do artist in residencies. So we'll match up a musician with a facility who actually does a lot more one-on-one and relationship building in the building. Instead of that performance, they'll go room to room. They'll make collaborations with residents. They'll, build out that kind of arts support network within the facility for an extended amount of time. And we like to value that at the same level, as those group performances, as well as focus in on people's individual backgrounds and kind of that diversity. So the performances are typically about an hour long during the day, but we also add in music to dinner time, lunchtime, special events, during pandemic, outside people's windows, walking around the building, that kind of anything goes if it's enriching, I think. So, yeah.
What extent, if any, research did you do when you started your nonprofit, like to see if there was other nonprofits in the community or even elsewhere in the nation? I mean, so you're not going blindly. Have you developed relationships with similar organizations nationally, within the state? What does that look like?
We didn't do any research, but we should have maybe. But so, I will just speak really quick. We did a merger. We went through a merger, and in animal welfare, we've been dealing with something we're called fragmentation, where there are so many animal welfare groups doing so many different things, and sometimes duplication of services people in the community are confused. Who's who and who does this? And it's caused a real problem. It's watered down resources. And that was one of the catalysts for Animal House and Fort Collins Cat Rescue to merge. So back in 2006, I would have had no idea. And so many other animal rescues have popped up in the meantime. It's like, if you don't like people, you should start a dog rescue. I swear, so many people think that, like, I don't like people, I should start a dog rescue. This will go really well for me. So I think that's something we have to really keep in mind and be concerned about. And I hear it all the time that we have so many nonprofits in this area, and it is hard because there is a lot of asking the same people to give, and people aren't sure. Like, I want to help kids. who do I give to? Who's gonna have the biggest impact? So that's my little piece on that. I think if you're thinking about starting a nonprofit, you should do your research. And is there an existing organization I can bring value to and rise up versus starting another nonprofit?
We did that. We did quite a bit of research, so I knew about the Dementia Friendly Community Initiative nationwide, and also worked locally, collaboratively with, well, there's the Alzheimer's Association, which works on the cure and kind of basic education around dementia. The Larimer County Office on Aging and Weld County Offices on Aging, which do care partner support. So what do we do differently? And we were really strategic and careful to fill in the gaps of services that weren't existing and to work with those partners. So pretty much anybody with dementia, if they would call the Alzheimer's Association, they'll get us and they'll get the Office on Aging. Go to Office on Aging, you'll get us and Alzheimer's Associations, because we're really clear about who's doing what. And we're very focused in our education on the specific contented dementia approach for sustaining lifelong well-being. Whereas if somebody wants to know, tell me the Alzheimer's stats on whatever, I'm going to be like, go to an Alzheimer's Association class. I don't know. Right. So yeah, I think you got to be really careful to make sure you're filling in the gaps in services versus duplication. Yeah.
I interrupted
I can't
you,
see who's
Jamal,
lying,
so you
so.
No, it's okay.
I just want to ask you if anyone's using, and it sounds like you are, using volunteers for what I'll call like mission essential tasks, right? Like your programs. Like if you're not doing your programs, then you're not doing your mission, right? So how are you successfully plugging volunteers into positions that if they decide they're not going to show up that day or that they just don't really care anymore or whatever, how do you kind of get through that?
Two ways. One, I fill in. That's number one. The people that I chose, I've known for years and I really trust them. So it's been a trust connection prior to this whole nonprofit existing. So I haven't really had many cases of not showing up. For example, I have a gentleman, I've played music in Colorado for 16 years and traveled the country touring. He was in my band, so he teaches the music production program. I trust him. He's a great musician. So days that he can't make it, I can fill in because I myself play music. Certain programs that we run that are very specific outside of what I may have expertise in, there's always ways when you're doing an after-school program to fill in something else. Substitute teacher shows up, it's movie day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I have this year found a couple of people who are kind of in the same vein of expertise. So if this gentleman doesn't show up and I can't do the music, I have someone else who's always a backup. So just finding backups.
You get these volunteers who are so passionate about the mission and they're like, I'd love to help you. I do email communications as my job. Let me do email communications for you, right? It sounds like you guys have successfully taken advantage of some of that stuff, but these guys maybe just don't, they just drop the ball. The emails aren't getting out. These things aren't happening. And it's just like, my gut just says, all right, volunteer dismissal. But you want to also capture that, all that engagement and excitement that they had, and they do have this skill. And maybe that just falls under leadership and making them feel
love.
Yeah, and it does always, I feel like I've thought about that, how it really points to, there are a few moments along those lines where I've been like, oh, right, that's why there's a volunteer coordinator position in, plenty of larger nonprofits or lots of places, because I think taking and harnessing some of that passion and the skills and the desire to help still takes a lot of time, I think, and work to really put in the right places. And it does depend on the structure of the organization, like ours, really, because we've prioritized the financial piece of paying our artists and bringing that kind of equitable arts, we really don't, we kind of specifically don't enlist volunteers. So it's been way more of what you're saying, where there's like one person who's like, I really want to do this. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's amazing. I will definitely say yes, because you've asked me 2 or 3 times, and us trying to build out those opportunities for volunteers, I think has actually been a larger piece of the puzzle that takes longer.
That's why a lot of people say, well, you should just have all volunteers. Why do you need to pay anyone to do the work? And it's like, oh, that just sounds lovely. If only, right? It's tough because volunteers are amazing. And we have over 800. And boy, we couldn't do what we do without them. However, as your organization's up, you have to add staff. That's really is just the reality of it. You have to have people that you can depend on, that they are going to show up at 8 o'clock and they're going to be there. If they're not going to be there, they're going to let you know. And volunteers are volunteers. They are not getting paid. They're doing it because they care about what you're doing. And sometimes their life gets in the way and they're not going to be able to show up. And so
There's only one Jamal.
No, because maybe I'm saying it, staff to me is different than what I consider volunteers. Like, for example, what I would suggest is if you have volunteers that you're starting out with, which I started out with, and this gentleman is teaching music, and we'll keep using him as the example. My job then is to go find grant money that pays him. That's how it's happened. So my volunteers have turned in, if we want to call them staff, but they are, because they're running certain programs. But initially it was volunteer.
yeah, and I don't disagree with you at all. We started out much that way too.
Yeah.
There was nobody paid.
So yeah, so to retain that, it's finding the funding that's specific. Bohemian does a wonderful job of giving funding for music grants. So that's what I saw. Okay, here's a local place, here's in town. How do I pay this gentleman? I have to look at the budget of what it's going to cost for them. Let's say teach guitar lessons for 8 weeks. What is it going to cost? And then say, okay, this is what I'm going to pull out of that funding. And here, this is put aside. Now we can hire someone who was a volunteer to come in and teach these specific classes. But like I said, it's just relationship building. I don't know it any other way. I've had a gentleman teach the solar electrical class for free for 2 years. And why he wants to do it, I don't know, but he loves being around the kids. Another gentleman taught our drone class who's excited to come back. So,
Thank you.
Did you all make your volunteers at any point sign a contract or an agreement like Art was talking about?
Conflict of interest policy.
Yeah, well,
Volunteers
conflict of
should
interest,
sign
but more an I agree, I will be there on such a date, doing such and such.
Yeah, and it allows you to dismiss or to,
you have to set a
say,
standard.
oh, you didn't
Yeah.
meet, but it still is kind of what it is.
Same
right?
for your
People
board
could
members.
Still not show up.
You do that with your board members.
They're not gonna lose their paid job if they do
We've
that.
never done that for our board members or our volunteers.
Yeah, you have to
Okay.
set a standard for
Yeah.
your volunteers of how much time that's in the contract they sign. I would suggest it for how much time per week. And if they miss a certain amount of time within a month or 2 months, whatever your time period is, that volunteer thing is terminated and there's a possibility to reapply, but that's how you.
And I bet all of us would share ours with you if you email us.
Would you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I know it's a long day, but there's free food and drink over at the stadium. If you come hang out. It's beautiful